Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. Dragon of the Southern Tier, I'm happy to be here with you today. Sorry for the slight delay. Trying to do like 3 things at once at the last minute. And of course, whenever you do that, there's always something that goes wrong. In particular, the system is messing up a little bit. I'm working on the sound. I'm going to fix that. I'll have it fixed for you very shortly. But, because my computer's acting up at the moment. And I had to put together a new chair so I could actually speak with you a little bit better. So there's all kinds of fun there. Let me start with saying hello, welcome, thank you everyone for joining us. If this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday, like today, we reach out across the world to hear from everyone about their thoughts on the issues that are affecting us all, because the First Amendment isn't just an American right. It is a right of everyone. And whether your government agrees or not, whether the internet overlords like it or not, it is your right, and we want to celebrate that with you. We want you to join us in that discussion about all these issues that are affecting every single one of us. And we want to have the long-form conversation to get into the details, because you can't intelligently talk about the war of Hamas versus Israel, Iran's influence, the stagflation in the United States, the First Amendment, the overreach of government. These are all issues. You can't talk about that in 30 seconds. Yeah, you can say the headline, but that's not going to be enough. That doesn't let you understand what is the problem, and maybe, just maybe, how can we solve it? Or what's going to happen next? How can you prepare for it? We need to have in-depth conversations to be able to do all of that. And that's not what the mainstream media wants you to do. They want you to hear the headline, hear their opinion of the headline, and then go vote Democrat and stay silent. Don't offer any opinions. Don't speak up. Don't say anything, because if you do, well, then you're a bad person. Somehow you're evil. That's what the news media has been telling us. That's what the message is, and we need to break out of that. We need to hold these politicians accountable. We need to be able to make sure our voices are being heard everywhere. And so that's what this channel does. That's what we try to do every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. And I am happy that you are here with us as we are trying to do that again today. We're trying to fix a couple of things, so bear with me here. Again, my system started acting up at the very last second, so I'm slightly behind on some paperwork here that gets everything up. I want to make sure everyone can see the channel, know that we're here. So bear with me a second here. If you can see on the screen, you can call in at any time to the show, and we are always happy to hear your voices. The phone number is 929-715-8569. That is open for all voices. Something that's very important about the show, and again, I want you to know this, whether you agree or disagree about any of the conclusions that we make on this channel, your voice is welcome. If you think that we are wrong, fantastic. Tell us why. If you think there are facts that we have missed, please tell us so we all can be informed. Trust me, there is nothing happier that I would love to hear that Mike, We are not getting closer to a civil war. We are not closer to 3 regional wars across the world. I would love to have that confirmation. I would love to know that we're not in the middle of stagflation and that the end to the global food crisis, a reduction of 30% of food in the world, is going to be happening in 2025. I would love that. That's not realistic. I don't believe that's real. If it's wrong, prove me wrong. And by the way, to all the politicians that are out there, we are going to be calling out a couple of people, including Richie Torres, the congressman for the New York 15th District. Congressman Torres, if you want, please call in. We're not CNN. You're not restricted on time. Tell us why we are wrong. We'll be happy to hear your voice. And I'm directly asking Richie Torres of the New York 15th District, please call in. We want to hear your voice. Now, I'll explain why that's the case in just a moment. Let's actually start getting into it. Now, the format on the show is normally we start off with any of the breaking news that may be going on. We then go into the international and then the domestic, and how each of these segments affects individuals throughout America. And, of course, America affecting the rest of the world. And we're going to try and do that again here today. There isn't so much the breaking news that's going on as there is news that you probably haven't noticed. See, the influence of the United States around the rest of the world is very important. It helps to keep stability. When we have a strong president, we see more stability out there. We don't have that at the moment. We don't have that at all. Joe Biden is universally seen as being very weak. That has led to conflicts around the world increasing. The world is becoming more militarized. We saw that as a direct consequence of the Afghanistan route, where Joe Biden ran away because of politics, abandoning 5,000 Americans at the same time. He also gave the keys to the prisons in Afghanistan to the Taliban. And the Taliban let out all the prisoners. Over 5,000 members of ISIS and Al-Qaeda were released back into the world. And these are radical, fanatical individuals who were more than willing to commit acts of terror. Now, we saw that when they were released, well, they went to Syria and then later into Moscow to attack people in Moscow. They went into Africa, into the Sudan, and started a civil war there. They started a civil war in Burkina Faso. I know, it's a small country. No one in America knows where it is. But they went throughout Central Africa, starting more conflicts, starting civil wars based on religion. These are the members of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and they have resurged. So Joe Biden, as a consequence of his initial actions in September 1st of 2021, well, we are feeling the consequences of that now. Africa has become a hotbed of civil unrest. Not that it's ever been overly stable, but it is even worse now. And conflicts that we thought were resolved or at least were calm have suddenly become inflamed. That is endangering Americans and the rest of the world. It is a problem we all have to deal with because we are seeing more and more agitators, potential terrorists are coming from Africa into the United States through our open southern border. One of the top nations where we are seeing illegal aliens coming from entering the United States, Angola. That's Africa. So we are seeing this influence of ISIS and Al-Qaeda that may be entering the United States through our southern border, through the sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, which means it is a national security threat. That's one of the reasons why we see in 2023 there were 172 known or suspected terrorists that came into America. As of the first 3 months of 2024, 69 known or suspected terrorists have entered into America, including individuals from Hezbollah who directly wanted to come to New York to blow up people. They told the State Department that when they got caught. But we should also be concerned because we don't know how many we have caught. We have almost 200,000 illegal aliens have been entering the United States per month under the Biden-Harris administration. It's an all-time record. We know that over 180,000 illegal aliens are in New York State alone, New York City alone, and they will not be, they're breaking the law. New York City, New York State, breaking the law by allowing these individuals to be here, spending $6 billion just in New York City to house and feed these individuals who are criminals, broke the law, and now they want them to be able to vote and to be able to get driver's licenses and to get jobs. In other words, to reward these criminals. But we don't know who they are. We don't know. We barely know where they're coming from. And we don't know who they are. Are they members of ISIS and Al Qaeda? We don't know. Are they part of some other terrorist organization? We don't know. Are they criminals, as we have seen that have killed Americans, innocent Americans like Laken Riley? We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know. Are they here to be part of America, or are they here to take advantage of America, like we're seeing in Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, where we see many individuals who are in America, but they're not here to be American, and they are forcing Joe Biden to vote and help Hamas, a terrorist organization. Now, I say all of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing still some of the comments, and I do know, and I do need to make everyone aware, that YouTube and Facebook have been recently restricting comments. If you're writing a comment and we can't see it at this moment, that's YouTube, that's Facebook. I don't restrict comments. Unless you've said something that is literally beyond the pale, a personal attack, threats of violence, then yeah, of course you'll get blocked. But other than that, we let comments through, but YouTube and Facebook do not. And they have been hyper vigilant recently, and we'll get into the reason for that in a moment. But the reason why I'm going over all of this about the Biden-Harris administration, about what happened with ISIS, with Al Qaeda, with Afghanistan. One, the news media won't talk about this. They stopped talking about this in January of 2022 because you might not vote Democrat if you understood that the policies of the Biden-Harris administration not just failed, but they failed catastrophically. If it was D&D, they rolled a natural one on the dice. It's about as bad as you could possibly get. And the fact is, these are the natural consequences of that abject failure. And they don't want you to think about that, because you may not vote the way they want you to. It may not help them fortify the 2024 election like they fortified the 2020 election. But the longer consequences of this, and I say all of this so that you understand in full context the impact of finding out that under the Biden-Harris administration, they're being kicked out of the African countries of Chad and Niger. Now, this is important. This is a big deal because, again, this is going to the stability of the world. The reason why why we have troops in Chad, why we have troops in Niger, is because of ISIS and Al Qaeda and extremist terrorists in that region. It's a big deal. They have been exporting, they have been endangering the lives of people from around the world coming from that region of Africa. It's a big deal. It matters. And these are people who are coming to America. So it's important for America, absolutely. It's also important for Europe that have open borders as well. And so they are being invaded by this. There is a surge there. We're seeing this to a lesser extent in Southeast Asia and South America, but it is happening across the globe. And so nation after nation is endangered right now. And the less that we have influence, the less people think that America can or will, more importantly, will do something to protect these nations, to protect people, then it becomes more of a hotbed. Literally, the terrorists see the news that I see, that you see, and they're looking at the information, they're looking at the reactions, and they're saying, oh, no, this is the time to step up their activity because there's less consequence. It's like the idea when we think about New York City. Oh, we don't want illegal aliens to come into New York City. But if you do go to New York City, well, you're going to get an apartment, you're going to be put into a hotel, a 3 or 4 star hotel. You used to live in a shack. You used to live in a couple of pieces of metal put together and hope that the wind wasn't too strong. You can go from living like that on a dirt floor with no water to living in a 3 or 4 star American hotel, all paid for. You can go from having less than $1 a day to live on to, in the United States, we're going to give you a credit card, a prepaid credit card that the total is $53 million. It's about $13 a day. You just had a 13 times increase. That's just for you to get food. You're going to get even more money to be able to go and buy your daily needs. So that's just your food stipend. 13 times what you were able to make in your little metal shack that didn't even have running water and had a dirt floor. So you're living in a hotel with a maid, a service, clean furniture. You have all of the amenities that Americans have. Your quality of life has been astronomically, exponentially increased. But you shouldn't come to America to get all of that for free. Do you see why we have so much illegal immigration in America? The same thing goes true for Europe and also in the United Kingdom. Why do they have so much illegal immigration? When you're giving that much to people who broke the law, that's not a punishment to them. That's a reward. Their life, their quality of life, yes, they are second-class citizens. Yes, many of them are suffering because they're being made, they're being human trafficked, otherwise known as slavery. Yes, and it's still a exponential increase in the quality of life that they are able to experience. So why wouldn't they go? And they are. And they are coming in the droves. Nothing is stopping them because you can say, oh, we don't want you here, but we also are hearing state after state, city after city saying, but if you do show up, we're just going to give you everything. We're going to improve the quality of your life beyond everything you've ever had. And that is destabilizing both to the nations they are leaving from and to the nations they are going to. Because they're not coming to be American, they're coming to take advantage of America. They're not going into Germany or France or the United Kingdom to become part of those nations. They're going to take advantage of those nations. And that inherently creates more division and more strife, and that obviously leads to other problems down the road. So not being in Africa is a problem. The fact that the Biden administration has screwed this up is important. It is a big deal. Oops, excuse me. I'm trying to fix my sound. I know you guys can hear me, but the sound is off. And my computer is just not letting me fix my sound system. I don't know why. So I apologize for that. Somebody leave me a comment and tell me if you can hear me all right, if there's something there. But again, so I'm trying to give you full context so that you fully understand and realize why it is important that the United States not being in that Chad and Niger, that us leaving over 1,100 troops, leaving that region is not good news. It means that their governments don't trust us. In fact, if you look at this, this is from the AP, so it's not from a right-leaning source. It isn't some kind of right, I don't even know what the left calls it, but it's not a right-wing conspiracy. We know that, according to the AP, called Status of Forces Agreements, These deals allowed the United States to conduct critical counterterrorism operations within Chad and Niger in their borders and have supported military partner training. Now, here's the part that's really important. The reversals, kicking the United States out of their countries, has prompted concern that the U.S. influence in Africa is losing ground to overtures from Russia and China. There is the key. This is the big deal. That's the important statement there. Yes, it is a big deal that we are getting kicked out of Africa because the Biden-Harris administration does not inspire trust or loyalty, and no one wants to be an ally to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris because they don't support their allies. Look what we're doing to Israel. Look what we have done in Southeast Asia. Japan doesn't trust us. They're building an army for the first time since 1945. South Korea doesn't trust the Biden-Harris. They're becoming the fourth largest arms manufacturer in the world. They used to be number 7. They're stepping up their game. The Philippines is begging the United States to step in and help them against China, who is actively trying to push Philippines into a war, literally attacking their people, their ships on a regular basis. This has been going on for months, if not a year. And the United States has done nothing to help our allies who we have a treaty with, the Philippines. And of course, there's what's happening in the Ukraine as well. So we're looking at these crisis centers, and in time after time after time, we are seeing that countries are looking at the United States, looking at the treaties that we're supposed to stand up for, looking for a strong voice, a strong president. Mind you, no one is looking for the president to be perfect. No one is looking for America to be absolutely correct. That's not what the world is looking for. The world is a group of adults. We understand there is no such thing as a perfect president. There is no such thing as a perfect politician. We don't elect saints in this world. These aren't, if you're looking for the politician to be a pope, you're in the wrong industry. You're looking for the wrong thing. These are flawed individuals. But we are looking for people who will stand by their word, that will do what they say, that they will either through inspiration or fear reduce the amount of terror in the world. That's all they want. And that's what America is there. We are the symbol of the stability that the rest of the world relies on. That's a fact. And if they can't trust America to stand by the commitments we have made to people that we love, countries that we are friends with. I mean, we're talking about Japan, we're talking about South Korea, we're talking about Israel, we're talking about the United Kingdom. These are countries that we have great agreements with, that we have long-standing relationships with, and we're not standing by any of those countries or their people. Hell, we're not even standing by our own people. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have abandoned Americans in a foreign country every year of the Biden administration. 4 years, 4 times. Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan, and now in Haiti. Not counting the hostages in Gaza. So 4 years, 4 countries that Americans have been abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. There are some 70,000 Americans. This is a mid-sized United States city of people that have been thrown away. The news media doesn't talk about them anymore. The Biden administration doesn't want to talk about them anymore. It's not that they came home. It's not that they're safe. They just stopped talking about them because it's not good for the politics. And that's the big deal. By the way, thank you to Mike Bowie, who's the first one to comment today. Thank you for that. And Mary Mancini off of Facebook also responded. Thank you guys for letting me know the sound is okay for you. I appreciate that. So I'm looking at this, and I want you to understand that when we're thinking about this, and we know that we have abandoned so many Americans, 5,000 in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 15,000 in the Sudan, and now some 40,000 in Haiti. Remember, Haiti, it just happened, and they stopped talking about it. They don't talk about it. They had 2 weeks of trying to get Americans out by plane. The Biden-Harris administration got out about 230 Americans on one plane. That's it. 230. That's the entire United States government with a country that we are basically supporting. It's our money keeping them afloat. 700 miles away from us. 3 hours, actually 2 hours by plane, we could get our American citizens out of there. And instead of doing any of that, they stopped talking about it. They don't talk about 40,000 Americans who are on an island that is being they're under direct attack by gangs. It's not even rival countries. It's gangs fighting with each other, trying to control a really third world nation, and we let it happen. We're not involved. Literally, all it would take is Joe Biden, a strong president, to stand up and say, we're taking our American citizens back home. If any of them are hurt, we will wipe out the gangs, all of the gangs, not just the gang that attacked the American citizens. We will wipe out all of the gangs, period, because we cannot abide a threat to the American people, home or abroad. You threaten the Americans, you harm those Americans as they're trying to leave your nation so you can go and fight and do whatever you want to do. No problem. We will wipe out that threat. Do you want to take on the United States government? There isn't a gang on Haiti that wants to have to deal with a realistic threat like that. They would clear the path and escort every single American to the airport so they could fly back to the United States. They would ensure that every American was safe from any and every threat possible if we had a strong president. But we don't. And when the world is looking that we aren't helping the Philippines as they beg for our help, when Japan is saying we've got a Marine base on Japan, on the main island of Japan, and they still need an army because they don't trust the Biden-Harris administration. They don't trust progressives. That tells you that there is a problem, that there is a lack of trust. And if Japan can't trust America, if Israel doesn't trust America, if Haitian Americans can't trust America, do you think that Chad or Niger is going to be on the best interest, that America is going to be looking out for their country and their people as they try to put the brakes on rampant terrorism? I don't think so. In fact, they know it won't happen. They're not going to get a whole lot of help, and they're not going to get any beneficial help from the Biden-Harris administration when most Americans can't even find those countries. They can't pronounce the word Niger correctly, and they have no idea that Chad isn't a person, it's a country. They have no idea. And you think that that's going to be our priority? The Biden-Harris administration has made it very clear it's not. So they're kicking us out. But you know who is interested in them? Russia, China, the people who hate America, the ones who would actually be funding and supporting and training the very same terrorists we want to be there to stop. Because Russia wants more fronts. The more fronts that America has to defend against, that has to be involved in, the worse they are. Joe Biden can't handle a crisis. That's why every single crisis he has been involved in, he has either run away and or the news media stops talking about it. That's what happened in Afghanistan. That's what happened to the Americans in the Ukraine. You don't hear about them anymore, do you? Oh, what about the Americans in the Sudan? We had 2 weeks to hear about 15,000 Americans, according to the New York Times, being abandoned in the Sudan, and they stopped talking about it May 3rd of 2023, 1 year ago. And again, Haiti, when was the last time you heard the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, hell, even Fox News? When was the last time that they were talking about Haiti and the Haitian Americans and the ones who want to come home, 40,000 of them? When was the last time you heard that? Oh, you don't remember because it's been that long. This is why this is a problem. Does this make sense to people? I mean, maybe it's just me, but it makes sense. Mike Bowie says, and yet another $61 billion is going to prolong the Ukraine war. Yes. We're $61 billion going there. We're spending $9 billion to give to the terrorists at Gaza. Think about that. We're giving $9 billion to the terrorists that killed 34 Americans at least, and have captured some 22 Americans that they are torturing and they are sexually abusing, according to the UN and many firsthand witness observations. And we're giving them $9 billion. We are in the process of building them a pier to improve their economic status, to raise their quality of life. Hamas will have its quality of life and its access to weapons. That's going to be increased. Their economy is going to be increased. They can buy more rockets. They can buy more drones. And they can more easily transport them so that they can attack and try to genocide anyone who does not believe what Hamas believes. And we're doing this. That's $9 billion, and they're building the pier. And why is Joe Biden building a port for Hamas? Because 100,000 Dearborn, Michigan voters, like Rashida Tlaib, want him to. Because they won't vote for Joe Biden if he doesn't. And he needs those 101,000 votes to be competitive. Not to win, not to decisively win, just to be competitive with Trump. And for the mere ability to compete, Joe Biden turned around and immediately, 2 days after the results of the Michigan primary, said, oh, by the way, I'm going to build Hamas a port. Is that good enough to get your vote? That's what they said. And the world is watching this. And they do not trust the Biden-Harris administration. He doesn't care. It's all about getting the next vote. It's all about maintaining power. And Americans, our allies, countries we barely know, doesn't care about any of them. He will throw all of them under a bus if it means he gets an extra vote. That's it. Not even an extra vote to win with significance, to win with a wide margin, just to be competitive. That's terrifying, folks. That's really terrifying. And so at least I think it's terrifying. I mean, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear your voices. Just, call on in, get in touch. Or you can leave a comment, like you can see with Mike Bowie and Mary Mancini. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, DLive. You can, and of course, Rumble as well. We are live on Rumble. We're about somewhere between 3 to 8 times as many people watch us on Rumble as they do on any other platform. It's really amazing. It tells you about the censorship that we go through, that Rumble has 300 to 800% more people watching us there than on YouTube, where we have been on for, almost 18 years? It's really amazing. So I did want to talk about that. And people go, well, Mike, it's really not that bad. It is that bad. Because what America has been exporting has been pissing off country after country. Kind of like this. The Portuguese government is rejecting suggestions of slavery reparations. This conversation about reparations didn't start in Portugal. That started in the United States. And the United States exported that concept that nations need to pay reparations for things that they did hundreds of years ago. Yeah, that came from the United States. The fact that these reparations are focused on Africans and African slaves in these new countries, well, yeah, that's an American concept of slavery. I mean, if we're being honest, there's more slavery in the world today than at any time in the history of mankind. That is a fact. We just changed the word. We call it human trafficking now. Sometimes you'll hear it called child trafficking or sexual trafficking. It's slavery. If you're saying, if it's human trafficking in any form, that's slavery. There's more slavery in the world today than at any time in the history of mankind. We didn't solve it. We didn't resolve it. We didn't end it. We just changed the way it looks. We changed the way that we talk about it. And that's very important. Because while we changed the way we talked about it, we also, the left in America, froze the idea of slavery. They took the word, they co-opted, and they planted it firmly in everyone's minds that slavery equals 1860s America. That's not what slavery is, but that is the first image that comes to everyone's mind because they have been exporting this idea and they have been indoctrinating this idea into every single American and everyone around the world. Slavery must be the 1860s in America. It's not the current day human trafficking that we see going on at the southern border in America that is affecting people in South America, Central America, Africa, that this is a major issue for these nations and it is destabilizing them. The reason why Boko Haram is kidnapping women is because of slavery that happens in the world. The answer from Michelle Obama at that time, I believe it was 2016, 2017, 2013, 2014. And her answer was, oh, we'll put out a hashtag. Yeah, that got all of 0 women back home. It ended 0 slavery. No one was released from slavery because Michelle Obama put out a tweet, but it was a wonderful distraction to make it seem like the Obama administration did something about it. They didn't care. And the Africans remember that. And the Africans remember the vice president at that time was Joe Biden. And Joe Biden doesn't care about Japan, doesn't care about Americans. Why do they believe he cares about them either? His boss didn't, he doesn't. So again, this is why the Portuguese government, when faced with the American desire to have reparations, because it's a political hot button, it's a hot potato for the left in America. This is a progressive idea, a socialist idea, because it's meant to break the back of any nation that does it. No nation can afford reparations. Can't. And so we have to have it because it's part of socialism. It breaks the finances of any nation that would actually try to do it. That's why it didn't work in America, in California, in San Francisco. What did they say when they said, well, yeah, we should probably do reparations for all black people in California. Oh, but we can't afford it. So, no, throw that idea out. It would bankrupt all of California. They couldn't have enough money. No matter how they wanted to try and restrict the number of people that would be getting this money, it would bankrupt California to do this. But they're trying to export this idea that would bankrupt California and convince Portugal, you should be like California. You should have reparations. You should have more reparations than California has. And California can't afford it. Neither can Portugal. And Portugal said that. They said, they rejected this. The government of Portugal, who have a obviously left-leaning socialist president who said, yeah, we should take responsibility. We should do something about slavery from back in the 1860s. Not today's slavery, not modern slavery, not helping those who are being sexually trafficked, those who are human trafficked today. They're not worried about that. That's being distracted by talking about 1860, the 1500s, the 1400s. Times that nobody remembers. Times that are long, long ago. And there are no accurate records going back that far. Realistically, there aren't. And so Portugal is supposed to be California. They're supposed to be American, and they're supposed to bankrupt their country. And let's think about this. Who are they going to pay? Are they going to pay the Africans? Well, who are the descendants of those Africans that Portugal was involved with? I'm not saying that, mind you, slavery is not good. But if they're paying reparations, are they paying reparations to 13 million more than 13 million, 13% of America who happen to be black and are descended from Africans? Are they going to be paying, or am I getting a check from Portugal? My family, on my mother's side, we were able to trace back to about 1866, 1867, and anything before that were slaves. We have no idea. We have no clear idea of, other than we were slaves in South Carolina on my mother's side of the family. Does that mean Portugal owes me a check? Does California owe me a check? It would be great to get these checks, but by the way, if they actually do that, their money will be worthless. There will be so much inflation from them just printing money, it will be ridiculous. We're talking about the Weimar Republic all over again just to appease a bunch of socialists. It won't change the world. It won't change anything in the world. It was 500, 400, 300 years ago. I understand the idea, but it doesn't change my world. I'm not going to go out and buy a new house. It's not going to happen. Neither are you. And it doesn't end the argument, because since it won't change anyone's life, since it won't make the difference, you're going to hear people go, well, that didn't work. Give me something else. You didn't make it up. You knew that this was going to cause hyperinflation, making poor people more poor, making the money worthless. You knew that was going to happen. You knew it wouldn't help. So now you have to do something else. It is a never-ending quicksand. It is political quicksand, racial quicksand. All it does is divide people because, again, you're going to increase global poverty. And that always leads to more global tensions, which leads to war, whether it's a civil war or whether it's an international war. Now, I've covered a bunch of things here, a little bit of a rant, I know that. I see Mike Bowie says, George Floyd's family received $27 million in a settlement. Was that a reparation? No, that wasn't a reparation. It's a consequence. It's a punishment. It was meant to punish the city, Minneapolis, for having the police force that were untrained, undisciplined, and committed that act. So that's the idea of the $27 million. It's supposed to make a statement. It's supposed to have an impact. Now, did that improve the billions of dollars of damages that were done to Minneapolis? I want you to think about that. Minneapolis suffered over $2 billion in damages. That's just by insurance. We're not even talking about the damage that insurance did not pay out. So you're talking about over $2 billion of damage. There are entire neighborhoods and communities that will not recover for at least a decade, if not two. So you're talking about 10 to 20 years of damage done to communities. Entire businesses like food, restaurants, grocery stores, gone. That people in those neighborhoods cannot get food because, or cannot easily get food where they used to because it doesn't exist. Housing, gone. People live there for 10, 20, 30 years, maybe more. gone. They can't live there anymore because of the riots, which were a direct consequence. $27 million to that one family, $2 billion in damage to that city. And what does that resolve? Has that improved anything? That's the question, Mike. So again, they may call it a reparation. It's not. It's not beneficial. It's the wrong answer. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be an answer. I'm saying that's the wrong answer because we can see it didn't fix the problem. It didn't deal with the underlying. It's just throwing money at the problem. And as much as people would like to have extra money, that doesn't fix anything. You don't fix anything by Portugal going out and throwing money at the descendants of slavery. That doesn't fix the problem if a problem actually exists, which isn't necessarily proven. Doesn't mean that it's there. Let me move on. So we're talking about some of these issues, and I think it's important. And again, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear your voice. I'm perfectly happy to hear why you think I am wrong. Let's have that conversation. But I think that we have to understand this in context, that this is the progressive movement that has been driving wedges into governments around the world and in the United States, only to make people more divided, to increase the number of poor people in the world, people who are upset that they have a lower quality of life and that desire more. And those people rise up and have battles, and the progressives think that if they sell enough socialism, sell people on the sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns, saying socialism is the answer to everything, even though every example of socialism in the world, has shown us failure, abject failure, less freedom, more people who are enslaved, less prosperity, less quality of life. Every single example of socialism in the world has always resulted in negatives, never any positives, none. And yet, this is why they're trying to sell it. Because if you are enraged that you didn't get the extra check from Portugal, then you're more than willing to help fight Portugal, to have an uprising in Portugal, to get those socialists elected who promised that they would make a difference in your life, that they would give you a reward just because you were born. That's the politics behind this. That's why this is so widespread, why we've seen college after college export American slavery politics around the world, because it creates unrest, because you can never satisfy the people that are appealing to this, that you're trying to buy off. They will never be satisfied. It will always lead to fighting. Every single time. It can't do anything else, because you can never, we see it right now with the woke, you can never be woke enough. You can never be socialist or progressive enough. There is always more that you must give. There is always more that you must obey. You can never get left enough. And that's the problem. That's the problem that no one wants to talk about. So let me give you another way of looking at this, because, excuse me one second. So let me give you something else to think about this. When we're thinking about the international, when we're thinking about the politics that are affecting America and affecting the rest of the world, we're talking about human trafficking and slavery and how that's affecting the United States. We've been talking about Africa and how that's affecting the United States because of the lack of foreign policy and the lack of respect for the Biden-Harris administration. Weak leaders create problems. Okay. And when you have a weak leader who is causing a major problem around the world, what's the other thing that happens? Because it's not just that countries like Chad and Niger don't respect the United States. It's not just that countries like China, Iran, and Russia are going to try and take advantage and gain more power in the world by increasing their military might. That's not just it. Well, you also have things like France. The French President Macron now wants to open the debate it is, on European nuclear deterrent. And I want you, this is the part that really gets you. The subtitle is, as Macron gets tougher on Russia, which he's really not. He's really not. He's not the leader of anything about Russia. He's not sending extra troops. He's not sending his French troops. He's barely putting in any tanks, any money. He's not the leader. So getting tougher? Yeah, he has more speeches about it. He's not tougher. But French president urges discussion on the idea, it's just an idea, of using France's nuclear warheads to defend the EU. In other words, the French get to be in charge. This is a monarchy. This is a coup. This is a coup of the European Union. This is a political takeover of Europe. And the French are trying to do it before your face. And the only reason why Macron is doing this is because Biden is weak. And he sees America as weak. This is his opportunity. Because if America was strong, NATO would be strong, and no one would even pay him any mind. No one would care. But everyone knows Biden can't make it up or down, or up and down a flight of stairs, or even across a flat stage without falling over. He can't remember where he is, who he's talking to, or what he just said. We all know this. That is a fact. And Macron knows it. So no one thinks America is strong. But someone has to be in charge. Someone has to face off against Russia, so they say. Somebody has to be there to deal with China, so they say. Well, Macron's the only one who's willing to speak up. Oh, I'll do it. Remember, this last month, Macron, 3 weeks ago, said, by the way, we should use NATO troops, which is 75% American troops. Only about 2% of NATO troops are French troops. He wants to send American troops into the Ukraine to fight Russia. He wants to use our troops. Macron, this same guy, wants to be in charge of sending Americans to fight the Russians in the Ukraine for the Ukraine war. Has nothing to do with America. But he wants American troops there. This is exactly how we got into Vietnam. This is exactly the problems that we have been having. And he wants to do it again. He thinks it's a great idea because it puts France in charge. And in particular, it puts him in charge. This is what he's been doing. Oh, the United Kingdom, they're not part of the EU. They backed out. England is on its own. They had their Brexit. They broke away. So England's not going to be in charge. Someone has to be. And, well, it's not going to be Germany. It's going to be France. And the important part about this is France is doing this because they are having conversations as we speak, that they are working and teaming up with China in particular and Russia, but especially in China. Because China, France agreed to deepen military cooperation as South China Sea tensions arise. We've already seen Macron say that Europe, the European Union and Europe need to get away from the United States, that they have to listen to Joe Biden less and less, that our friends, our allies, the people who have counted on us in World War I, World War II, the people we liberated, we don't have to be connected to Europe anymore. And France should instead, and Europe should instead, make better deals and closer ties with communist China. He said this. He said this last year. He told us That's his plan. He wants France to be in charge of the European Union so they can have better friends in China. He picked his side, and we see that this is going on now. Is he helping the Philippines? Is he helping the United States? No, he's really helping China. He's working with China. I know, France joins the U.S.-Philippine drills. Yes, but he's talking to China. He has been talking to China for years because he wants them to be his friends, because he thinks they're going to win, at least in Europe. It's very important that, and at the end of the show, the links will be available for everyone, so you can see all of the articles we're talking about, see it for yourself. You can go in and type into YouTube or Facebook or even Rumble and type in the search engine, and you can see all of our videos that we have done talking about France, talking about Macron, talking about how Macron is trying to turn Europe against the United States and to elevate him and France to be in charge of all of Europe. And having Europe rely on France for nuclear weapons is putting them in the place that the United States is right now. Europe relies on America to protect them from Russia, from China, from Iran, from nuclear weapons. It is the American deterrent that is protecting Europe, and he wants it to be France. Now, I know there's a bunch of libertarians that are out there who are watching this right now, and my libertarian friends are saying, but I don't want to pay for Europe. Great, let's get out of Europe. I understand. And I know there's a bunch of Americans right now who are saying, but Mike, we just spent $61 on actually $95 billion. Let's get it right. $95 billion on foreign wars. And only one of them has anything to do with the United States. Why are we spending this money? We have bigger things. We have homeless veterans and children who are hungry in the United States. We could be spending money on that. We could. And by the way, nothing stopped us from spending money on that. We're spending, $6.7 trillion? We can already. We're printing the money as is. It's not a choice of, do we fund $95 billion of war around the world, or we take care of the kids and we take care of the vets. We could do both. If we're printing the money, we can do both. In fact, there are a lot of things we could cut and be able to fund all of that and more, like get rid of the Department of Education. The federal Department of Education has no purpose. It's not effective. It's a waste of money. That's $120 billion right there. That pays for it all. Just one department of the government. Shrink the government by getting rid of just one department that is useless, that has not been effective, and we'd be ahead. We'd be able to fund the global wars and take care of kids who are hungry and take care of our homeless veterans and save money. We would actually shrink the budget. Just get rid of one department of the government. Just one. And we get all of that. But of course, that isn't going to happen. You know that. I know that. Let's be realistic. That's never going to happen. Fine. But I want you to understand that these things are having consequences. And if we are spending this money, we're not spending it well. We're not holding our politicians accountable. We're not thinking about the consequences of what is going on. I'll give you a great example of what I'm talking about. So Joe Biden promised that he is going to build a port for Hamas. He promised that 2 days after the State of the Union in February of 2024. Out of the blue, no conversation with anyone. He did it just for the votes, which is why everyone was shocked, because it wasn't discussed. It wasn't on the table. He just decided out the blue, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. How much is that costing? Americans don't know. We have yet to see a price tag put on that and presented to the American people. They don't want to talk about that. Who's building it? Well, Americans are. America said they'll build it because Joe Biden said we'll build it. Is anyone helping us? How are we going to do that? Who's going to protect the Americans as we build the pier, the port in Gaza? Who's protecting the American troops? Because Hamas hates Americans. That's why they killed 34 Americans. And they're backed by Iran that hates Americans. And they fund global terror to kill Americans. They have been promising to kill Americans since 1980. And I trust them. They've been very clear that they are willing to kill Americans anywhere on the face of the earth. They've been doing it for 40 years. So let me understand. Who's protecting the Americans? Oh, you don't know the answer to that question because it's not really clear. Israel? Kinda. The United States? Kind of. The United Kingdom? Kind of. See, that's the thing. We have kind of answers. We have sort of answers. It's murky at best. It's unclear at best. We're kind of seeing people step up to do parts of it, but no one really understands. Who owns the port? Who's going to pay to keep it up to date? Oh, well, we don't have answers to that. Matter of fact, when we have this humanitarian aid that goes from the port built by Joe Biden, I'm going to call it the Biden port, the Biden port of Gaza. Biden's port for Hamas is going to bring in all this aid, supposedly. Who's going to take it from the ship to the people, which means Hamas? Who's going to take it from the ships and deliver that food, that water, that fuel to Hamas? Who's going to do that? Is it going to be the United States? Well, I can't answer that. We now have an answer. And that answer, just so you can see it on the screen here, is British troops might, notice the keywords, British troops might be tasked with delivering aid to Gaza. Maybe, kind of, sort of. The report comes after a senior U.S. military official said on Thursday that there would be no American boots on the ground. There are American boots on the port, and there on the ships that surround it. There are Americans who are in harm's way. They can be targeted by drones and missiles and terrorists. That they can be targeted by. But no boots, quote unquote, on the ground. We're just in the water next to the ground. And it goes on to say, and, quote, another nation would provide the personnel. Another nation, which nation, would provide the personnel to drive the delivery trucks to the shore. So Americans aren't going to get off the port, off the pier. The ship's going to get unloaded. By who? I don't know. American soldiers? So we have now American soldiers doing longshoreman jobs. That's not what the military is there for. That's not what the army is there to do. But that seems to be what Biden is going to make them do as they are in danger. Going on. So some other nation's going to drive the delivery trucks to the shore. The official who spoke to reporters on condition of anonymity, I hate that. I understand why it's necessary, and I have had my own anonymous sources too, but I hate it when I see it from the mainstream media in these kinds of stories. On condition of anonymity to discuss details not yet made public, declined to identify the third party. Well, we think we know who the third party is now. It's the United Kingdom. What does the United Kingdom have to do with this? Hostages. That's why they're doing it. See, Biden's doing it because he wants to get reelected. But the United Kingdom has 17 British people, civilians, men and women, who were taken hostage by Hamas. And they want them back. And they can't get them. Hamas will not give up the Americans. Hamas will not give up the British. That's their tool, their bargaining chip. They need them on their side. And they're using that bargaining chip to get a port. And now they're going to get labor from the United Kingdom. And they're looking to get a peace deal, or more importantly, protection. It's not a peace deal, not a ceasefire. It's protection. Because they took our people, they killed the British, they killed United States, Nepalese, Thais. They killed civilians from 34 different nations around the world. They need protection. Hamas needs to be safe. They took 254, at least 254 people hostage, civilians. Just picked them up out of their lives and dragged them and beat them and sexually abused them. And they killed some of them, possibly 40 of these people from around the world that were just civilians. And they need protection for when they tell everyone, oh yeah, it was one of your people. Some of those Brits, well, they're dead now. Some of these Americans, they're dead now. Possibly every American, possibly every British citizen, these British and American civilians, potentially every single one of them may be dead, killed by Hamas for simply existing, simply because they might not believe what Hamas believes. They might not have believed what Iran believes. And that was a reason enough. That's the reason for genocide. That's why they tried to genocide them. Because they happened to exist. And Hamas and Iran said, well, kill them then. That's it. That's all. That's the only criteria. It's not about whether they're white or black, the color of their skin. It has nothing to do with their hair, the country that they came from. None of that mattered. They just happened to exist. And Iran wanted to genocide someone. And everyone that was in their way, they genocided. And so this is the reward. When countries try to commit genocide, it's very much like when the United States opens up the borders and illegal aliens come in. We are rewarding the terrorists. We're building them a port. We've gotten them workers. So the United States will build it. The United States is paying for it. The United Kingdom is going to provide them with workers. And the United Kingdom is going to pay for it. And that's just to maybe get back the dead bodies of our hostages that were killed by the very same people we are building the port for. That this port is going to be used to support. Because terror, weapons of terror, rockets, bombs, missiles, fuel will be coming into that port for Hamas. And we built it with your tax dollars. Nobody in the news media wants to talk to you about that. No one in the news media wants to be honest with you and to tell you this is happening. I think it's absolutely bloody well important. I think this is significant. I think you should know about this. News media doesn't want to talk about this. They do not want to put this into context for you. They do not want you to understand this. They do not want you to understand this at all. They don't want you to pay attention to the details. Now, I'll give you another example of the details and how the news media does not want you to pay attention to it. So, Hamas responds to Israel's hostage proposal in 48 hours. Hamas finally, the one thing that we have heard from Israel, from Netanyahu, we've heard this from Antony Blinken, we heard this most recently in some of the debates that were going on, like the debate with Sam Smith, the libertarian, and Dennis Prager, and Cenk Uygur. Everyone understands, everyone in the world understands that if Hamas gives back the living hostages for Israel, for the United States, for the United Kingdom, all the remaining 150, at least 150 hostages that they have right now, that Hamas is holding on to, if they gave them back, we could have a ceasefire, if not an end to the war. And remember, this is a war. This isn't just a conflict. It's a war. They started a war. The same way that Japan started a war with the United States by having Pearl Harbor. The same way we went to war after 9/11. This was an act of war. And Hamas can end this war, give back the hostages. Every single conversation that we have had from a major leader, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Israel have all said, if you give us back the hostages, we will have a ceasefire. That will happen. Not because of the colleges, not because of college students who believe in socialism, not because communism is winning in the world. It's real simple. Give back the hostages, ceasefire. Done. Everyone has already agreed to that. The world is aware of the terms. Every country in the world is aware of the terms that the United States, Britain, and Israel all are going to work together, and they have all said, give us the hostages, give us the living hostages, all of the hostages alive, and sadly, if some are dead, give us their bodies too, give us everyone hostage, and you get a ceasefire. It is that simple. That simple conversation has been on the table for 4.5 months now. 4.5 months. Since the November negotiations, we have heard the same thing. Give us the hostages, you get a ceasefire. It's that simple. It is that easy to do. Hamas could get it at any time, and they're saying that they are considering Israel's proposal in 48 hours. Now, in this article, which comes from the European News, the thing that I found most interesting in this article that you probably didn't know existed is this last statement. This is the last statement in the article. Last paragraph. The Israeli army, since the beginning of the current war against Hamas, again, this is a war. The colleges don't make it seem like that. It's a war. Just because Hamas started a war they know they were going to lose, that they never had a chance of winning, does not make it a war. They made the choice. They knew the consequences. But anyway, go on. It's like Afghanistan. Knew 9/11. You know what's going to happen. You're not going to win against the United States, but that's another thing. Anyway. The Israeli army, since the beginning of the current war against Hamas, has defended the arrival of humanitarian aid. It is Israel, who is helping to make sure the humanitarian aid is getting in, to try and get it to the people, not Hamas. Who are they defending it from? It's not Israel that's stopping people from getting humanitarian aid. They're helping to get it in. They're defending it. Who would Israel defend humanitarian aid against? Who are they stopping from getting the humanitarian aid? Hamas. See, they don't. I love it. The article doesn't want to say Hamas is taking food and water and fuel out of the mouths of their people. But that's what it is. When you say the Israeli army, since the beginning of the current war, has been ensuring, this is the other way of saying this. This is why English and English comprehension is important, why you should never be using Grammarly. Because this sentence says, the Israeli army has been providing, has been ensuring that the people of Gaza have been getting humanitarian aid. They have been protecting the humanitarian aid to make sure it reaches the people. And the only other group in Gaza besides Israel is Hamas. It is just that simple. There is no one else to protect it from. There is no one else to defend it from. This is the news media telling you that every single drop of food, water, money, everything that is humanitarian aid, the entire reason the port is being made by the United States and the United Kingdom is to help Hamas. We are helping terrorists. It's that simple. It's that simple. However, several NGOs and international organizations have condemned the fact that at a practical and logistical level, it's not making it easier. Well, maybe it's not easier when you don't know, when there are the UNRWA is helping the terrorists kill Israeli people, to capture and take hostage Israeli people. That's a NGO that's involved with this. Several of these NGOs that have picked a side and picked the terrorists, and they're trying to help Hamas. Well, yeah, they would say that Israel protecting the humanitarian aid from Hamas are a problem, since some of these organizations are trying to help Hamas, the terrorists that started the war. But I think it's important because, again, they dropped that as the last paragraph, the last two sentences. They didn't expect that you would ever read this article, and they didn't think that you would ever read this article all the way to the end. CNN doesn't want to talk about it. MSNBC doesn't want to talk about it. ABC News, the New York Times, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want you to think about it. But some of these reporters have some integrity. They slip it in there just in case someone is paying attention. They can always say, well, we did tell you about it. And their politicians can go, see, we warned you. We were telling you. If this goes tits up and we suddenly see that Hamas and Iran start attacking Americans who are either building the port or protecting the port, if they start killing some of the United Kingdom, either the ones that are members of the United Kingdom who are helping to build the port or who are driving the trucks, if they get killed, well, they're going to point back to this article and say, but you see, we knew Hamas were the bad guys. We always knew that. That's why Israel was trying to protect us. We've been trying to do the right thing. It's Hamas. It's not that we weren't paying attention. It's not that we knew this was going to happen. It really upsets me, folks. It really, really upsets me. It pisses me off a whole lot. And it should piss you off too. And again, if you think, Mike, you're wrong. Mike, you don't understand. Okay, what article, what source? I'm showing you sources from around the world, internationally credible news sources, most of them left-leaning, almost entirely left-leaning news sources, to show you the evidence, to show you the reality that is before your eyes that you're not supposed to talk about. You're just supposed to say, okay, I read the headline, move on. No. You need to do more. Because Joe Biden he wants you to re-elect him because he said so. He doesn't want you to think about it. This weekend, Joe Biden was parading around the 4-year-old child. The 4-year-old child, that's 5 years old now. The 4 or 5-year-old child that he got in the hostage negotiations. He got 2 people. Over 22 Americans were taken as hostage by Hamas. Over 22. Joe Biden got 2. He actually got 1 during the negotiations. Thailand got all of their people. Again, I have said this many times since October 10th. I have said this over and over again. The Thai nationals should be making the negotiations. They got all of their people back. Not just 1 or 2. They got them all back. They got more of their people back than we even knew had been taken hostage. In fact, 4. They got 4 more people than we knew had been taken hostage by Hamas. That's how good the Thai nationals are. Joe Biden, he's given humanitarian aid, he's dropping food, he's building a port. He got 1 hostage. Actually, 2. 1 hostage during the actual negotiations, and then 1 extra afterwards. That was it. And one of them was a 4-year-old girl. Now, why did he get the 4-year-old girl? So that when we saw Hamas put out video of an American citizen that they are torturing, that they have captured, that they are beating down, that might be dead, to put pressure on Joe Biden to stand by Hamas and not Israel, to try and make this part of the election. Because if Americans were thinking about, oh, Joe Biden has had 7 months to do something, to get these people home, to get men and women and children back in America, to make them safe, that he is spending money, $9 billion of your taxes, on the terrorists that tortured men and women, killed men, women, and children, American men, women, and children, and put us in the middle of this war. If Americans realize that, Joe Biden will lose. If that was the conversation, not just on this channel, but across America, Joe Biden would lose, and Joe Biden knows it. So the news media doesn't want to talk about this, but you should, but you really, really should. And that's why Joe Biden paraded out 6 months after the fact. You didn't see him parading this child around in, I think it was for a day in November, and that was it. He didn't talk about her in January or February or March. There's really no reason why in April, at the end of April, why he should be talking about this 5-year-old child. If the answer is he wasn't using her in politics, he wasn't showing her off to the world because, well, she's a minor child, then why is he doing it now? If that's the reason why he didn't do it for the past 5 months, why is he doing it now? Because she's still a minor. She's 5. So either you don't talk about her because she's a minor, or you do talk about her. And he's talking about her only because there's a video showing his failure, showing how badly he has failed, that Hamas is embarrassing him and turning up the temperature on his support, making sure that he does something to help Hamas, or else he's going to lose votes. That's why this is happening. That's the only reason why he brought this girl out suddenly, out of the blue, for no reason whatsoever. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're just supposed to go, oh, isn't that sweet? Oh, look, he got that 5-year-old. Joe Biden did such a great job. He got one. Oh, he got two of the hostages back home. Only 2. Isn't he so great? No, he's not. No, he's evil. He did a miserable job. It's horrendous. I'm happy to hear anyone who disagrees. I'm happy to hear any voice that says, Mike, you just don't understand. It's wrong. Mike, you're misunderstanding the situation. Anybody who wants to have that conversation, I'm more than happy to hear that. But I don't think I am, because I think most people would agree with me. I think most people, when presented with the facts, understand how bad this is and how this is affecting America and negatively impacting not just America, but the world. And how they are using things like a 5-year-old girl to manipulate you, to manipulate the 2024 election. You're supposed to go, ooh, oh, I feel so glad that that 5-year-old is safe. And I do. But they're using her to distract from, oh, but there's still 22 other Americans that are being tortured as we speak, that might have been killed by Hamas as we speak, on top of the 34 Americans that they randomly decided to kill just because they exist. Yeah, we're not supposed to think about that part. We're supposed to just stop at, ooh, look, the 5-year-old girl, so cute, so wonderful. Yay. No. You have to think about the whole thing. Let's have that conversation. Joe Biden doesn't get to have that 5-year-old standing next to him and say, I'm a hero, if you don't remember that there are 50 other Americans that died and got tortured for that one child to be saved. 50. This is the problem. And this comes from Joe Biden is weak. Because Joe Biden, on September 1st of 2021, put up a big sign over America and said, run away. Biden runs away. Biden is weak. And when he ran away from the Taliban and threw the keys at them, threw all the money at them, gave them ammunition, gave them bases, gave them weapons and tanks. When he gave them $80 billion of weapons and ammo and cash in hand, and threw the keys of the prison at the Taliban, that kind of said everything. That was the domino that started tapping everything else. If he didn't do that, ISIS and Al-Qaeda would not be in Africa, and China and Niger would not be kicking the United States out of Africa. We wouldn't see some of the Sudan would not be in another turmoil, another genocide going on, civil war. We wouldn't see that in Sudan. You wouldn't see that in Burkina Faso. You wouldn't see it there. There wouldn't be 15,000 Americans that can't get home for a year because they're stuck in Sudan. Wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't be Americans that are lost around the world because Joe Biden wouldn't have given them the opportunity. It would never have happened. I don't know. I think this is important. I think this is critical to talk about because the news media won't talk about it. They're not letting you know about it. And that's a problem. That's a massive problem, folks. It's evil. I think it's evil. Maybe you think I'm wrong. That's all right. I'm willing to hear about it. I'm willing to hear your thoughts, folks. But that's kind of talking about, and I know we went into U.S. politics a bit, but it's the international situation at this time. And I think it's very important. This is basically the lull. We always have those big dips and rises in the international news. As we get closer to summer, you're going to see more terrorist activity. You're going to see more of acts of terrorism around the world. We're seeing the military of the world get their logistics in place so they can have their fighting. And that fighting tends to happen during the summer. So we're in that preparation phase. Everything is building up. And during the summer, we will see that kick off. So I want you to know about it now, because when it starts happening, you'll know why. And you know who to blame. Which of the politicians? That would be Rashida Tlaib, who pushed Joe Biden to help support Hamas. That's the colleges like Harvard, like Columbia, like Binghamton University, like Cornell University, that have been supporting and pushing to support the terrorists who are now going to be attacking us, who are genociding people simply because they are different. It's terrifying. And I know there's someone out there, and let me restate this again, because I know I keep hearing this all over the place. Oh, but Israel is genociding the Palestinian people. Since Israel has existed, the number of Palestinians increased in the world by 500%. Let me say that again. Since Israel has existed, and there's Gaza, the number of Palestinians in the world has increased 500%. There are Palestinians who live in Israel, in Gaza, have more freedoms and more rights than anywhere else in the Middle East. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. These aren't opinions. They're not guesses. These are facts. No other country recognizes the Palestinians with any rights whatsoever outside of Israel. Not Egypt, not Jordan, not Syria, not Iran. They don't care. So, no, those arguments fail. They are failures. They are not real. They're emotional, and if you don't think about it, if you don't look at the news, if you don't look at any of the data, you may believe it. You will be emotionally manipulated, and they'll get your blood boiling, and you will be wrong. Because you're not supposed to think. You're supposed to just react. And that's what they're counting on. All right. So, I know someone's going to say, but Mike, you really don't like Hamas. No, I don't. They're terrorists. I absolutely oppose this. And people go, oh, but Mike, we're funding a war. You know what? Yeah, we are. And we're fighting the enemy that killed our people. You know why funding Israel is different? Defending Israel is different, at least in this case, than any other nation, any other conflict. Why it has nothing to do with Ukraine. Why it has nothing to do with the Syrian war. Why it's completely different in all those situations. And I'm saying this to my friends who are in the Libertarian Party because they're the ones who make this argument the most. The Libertarians, I know. And they always like to say, excuse me, drop my phone. They like to say, Mike, but you don't understand, this is a foreign war. And my answer to them is, you're right, it is a foreign war that they started with us. They killed our people. They tortured our people. I do not believe in aiding and abetting, one, terrorists, and two, terrorists that kill Americans. It's that simple. And that's why we're involved. And that's why we have a voice in this. Absolutely. But that's my opinion. A lot of other people disagree. That's okay. We can disagree. So, we've initially been talking now about the international aspects. And obviously the biggest issue, and there is an American component, our colleges, which I'm going to get into, and the reaction to the colleges, which happens to deal with two members of Congress. There's Mike Lawler of the New York 17th District, and there is also Richie Torres of the New York 15th District. No, the 14th is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yes, it's right next to it. Yes, I live in the district right next to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Isn't that horrendous? It sucks balls. But anyway, but I have Richie Torres, who's not a progressive, but he's trying to be. And Richie Torres decided, he made a choice to try and put together the thought police. He is literally trying to make it a law that there has to be a member, a cop, essentially a cop on every college campus to check on what people are saying. It's the thought police. This is from 1984. This is as authoritarian as it gets. And it's Richie Torres. It's his idea. But he doesn't want to tell anyone. He doesn't want his constituents to know that he's doing this. He just wants donors from Columbia. He wants the Columbia alumni to know this so they'll give him money for his reelection campaign. But he doesn't want his voters to know. He's hiding it from them. I'm going to get into detail on that. I think that's really critical to understand how they are going to shut down the First Amendment. They're going to completely deny it. It's not enough that you have to think progressive. It's that you can't think without it being approved. And the federal government is the one who's going to do it because Richie Torres, a Democrat, said so. Richie Torres is now in charge of your thoughts at a college in America. This is evil. But I will tell you about that in just a moment. But we want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the overreach, because it's not just the overreach of these members of Congress, Richie Torres and Mike Lawler. There's more. Under the Biden administration, we are suddenly seeing this increase as we see stat after stat. Matter of fact, let me pull it up for you. We're seeing stat after stat where Joe Biden is losing. He is losing in every single way. Not by a lot necessarily, but he's losing consistently. No matter which poll you look at, when you look at all of the polling, when you look at it consistently, about 95% of all polls all say Trump will win. Some of them say he's going to win by 6 points. Some of them say he's going to win by 1 point. Sometimes they show a tie. Very rarely they say that Biden is going to win at all. But when you add it all up, for the last 18 months, Donald Trump wins every single time. When you add them all up, It's always Trump. And that includes when you have CNN doing it, where most recent CNN poll says that Trump is going to win by 6 points, 49 to 43. But that's if it's only Trump versus Biden. And I know what you're saying. But Mike, it's not just a two-way race. There's other people. There's third parties involved. There's John Kennedy. Excuse me. Not John. RFK, Bobby Kennedy Jr. And he's in the race. Cornel West is... let me try to say this. Cornel West is in the race. Yeah, because, that's just not even serious. It really isn't. And Jill Stein's in the race. And she just got arrested. Jill Stein literally got arrested today because she's protesting against Israel. And I think that's pretty funny because the only reason why anyone knows Jill Stein is in the race is because she got arrested. She got arrested so that she could tell people that she's running, so that people would know that she's in the race for 2024 for the presidency. Jill, that's stupid. You could have done it easier. But no, she decided to get arrested so people would know that she's running for the presidency. It's not going to help, Jill. It's not going to help. You're not going to win. Neither is Cornel West. But yes, they are there. And there will be a libertarian in the race as well at some point. By the way, May 8th, I expect to be doing an interview with a libertarian who's running for the presidency of the United States. That should be an interesting interview. But so you got your big three. And even when you include Cornel West, who's a joke, Jill Stein, who's a joke, when you include RFK Jr., who is down from his heights, he was at 15%, he's now at 10%. Okay, I expect him to be around 12% when the election actually comes. But, he's holding steady. He's in there. And even with all of their support in all the polls, and every single poll that's been included about them, Donald Trump's still winning. Almost to the same degree as when it's just Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Trump still is winning. That's important to understand. Now, I say that and I bring that up because as we see that Trump is maintaining, even as Democrats have thrown everything at Trump. They've arrested him as much as they can. They have charged him with everything and anything to the maximum that they could possibly charge him on anything and everything. They have tried to take his money away, stealing it from him, literally changing the rules of how you get a loan in New York State. Willing to put every single business in New York State under the bus, throwing it all under the bus just so they can try and stop Trump from even being in the race, because if he's in the race, all data says he's going to win. All the data says he will win. So they're terrified of this. And knowing that this is the situation, that if Trump is in the race, he's going to win, their answer is we have to change all the departments of the government. They have to change the government. And they are doing that by overpowering the government. That we see things like the FTC has come out and they have created a brand new set of law. They made their own rules. Now, the FTC doesn't get to make law. It's like the EPA, the ATF. They don't get to make laws. They only get to enforce laws. They are part of the executive branch. They are there to enforce laws that Congress makes. Except they don't want to wait for Congress. They're doing it on their own so that they have more power. And they're doing this, and we see this happen under a Biden Democrat progressive administration. You don't see this happening under Trump. You don't see this happening as much under Bush. But you do see this under Obama. You do see this under Biden as they are transforming America, giving these guys more and more power. They are literally rewriting legal contracts. which would include NDAs and non-competes. They've just made up their own interpretation. They created their own legal system, their own laws. This is a problem. Now you may say, but Mike, I don't, what NDA? I don't know, maybe you're playing a video game before it releases. You have an NDA. Maybe it's part of your job. I don't know. Maybe you'll never have to sign an NDA. By the way, an NDA is a non-disclosure agreement that you've seen something that's so vital, so important to a business that you're not allowed to tell anyone about it. Because just telling someone could cause that person to do it. Say, as an example, if you're in technology, maybe you come up with an idea. It's possible that you come up with an idea of the next big thing. It would bankrupt Twitter. It will bankrupt and replace YouTube and Facebook and TikTok. You have the idea that's going to blow them all out the water, but you don't have the money to make it happen. You have the idea, but you need to go from idea to business and you need money. So you're looking for investors. And the investors that you talk to say, I would love to invest in the next thing that'll blow Facebook and Twitter and Google out the water. I would love to, but you got to tell me what it is. I'm not just going to throw money because you said so. What do you got? The answer is sign this NDA. This non-disclosure agreement. You can't compete against me. You can't tell anyone about this, and you can't do it yourself. You got the money. If I give you the idea, well, you're just going to go and take it. No, I've got a contract. You can't take my idea. Either you give me the money or you don't, but you can't do it yourself, and you can't tell anyone else. It's real simple. And that's what an NDA, that's what the non-disclosure does, that's what a non-compete does. Now you'll say, Mike, but that may never be in my life. Maybe it's not, but that's not real. Now that you know what that is, the bigger thing is, why is it that the FTC is making up their own rules? They don't get to change the law. The law that was created by Congress. The law that is part and parcel by you. You, the people, elected the members of Congress that made that law. These guys, they're just there. They just work in an office. And they decided, oh, you know what, let's change the rules. They don't get to do that. That is an abuse of power. That is abuse of you. And this is happening under the Biden-Harris administration. It's not just in the FTC. It's happening in the FCC. It's happening in the ATF. There are a bunch of the alphabets, the EPA. Go down the list of the alphabet agencies of the United States, and under the Biden administration, they are making up rule after rule, making up law after law, so that they can abuse you. In each and every single case, it means the government is bigger and has more power, and they get to choose how your life is going to be run. They're going to micromanage more and more of your life. Whether it's something that you may or may not ever use, doesn't matter. It's about control. It's about abusing you. And I think that's pretty upsetting. I think that's very upsetting. And I, for one, can't stand that. No, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the way I look at it. I could be wrong. It happens. We've been on for about an hour and 45 minutes here. I need to take a quick, slight break. It's time to walk the puppy. And he's kind of acting up now. So I'm going to take him out in just 1 second. But I want you to, and I'm just looking for a video that I can play for you guys so that you can hear. Really? I love it. I have over 1,200 videos that I've done. It's just a matter of trying to find something that has the right length to it. So bear with me, folks. Bear with me just one moment. Do it like this. I have so many. Bear with. There we go. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. All right. Oh, sorry. All right, folks. Give me 2 seconds here. So, like I said, trying to get the internal paperwork, so to speak, done, the electronic homework here done. We're going to step away for about an hour. It's 4:17 right now. So at about 5:15, we will be back. I just needed to go walk my dog, make sure that I get all the computer components all up to date. And then we'll be right back. We'll continue talking about the domestic issues that are affecting us, in particular, talking about the colleges. And by the way, none of the college students are not being held accountable. You thought that the illegal aliens entering into America were getting a free ride? Wait till you hear about what's happening with the college students that have happened over at the University of Austin, that's been happening over at Columbia, and all of these uprisings, all of these, quote, protests, the support for Hamas and terrorism around the world. Wait till we find and discuss with you how they're looking to get away with all of that. Zero consequences. And in addition to that, I want to talk to you about Congressman Richie Torres of the New York 15th District, how he has decided that he's going to eliminate the First Amendment, how he is going to punish Americans and control what you think. Literally, he thinks he believes he can control how you think. And he is going to put in a law to do just that, to increase the amount of authoritarianism in America, all under the Democrats' rule, that he's going to pick and you get to just live with it. But we're going to talk about all of that in about 1 hour and how it's going to affect your life. I hope that you will join us with that very, very soon. And until then, let's get... Boom.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier.
Can you guys hear this?
With you today, April 13th of 2022, to speak about something that, well, it's popular in the news today. You've heard about it, but you may not realize the aspects of it.
By the way, folks, I don't know if you can hear that yet. Give me 1 second. I want to fix... I know, you can't hear it yet. I don't know if everyone can hear it. I don't believe you can. All right. My computer sound is not working at all. So I'm gonna play it. I hope you can hear it. It's the best that I can do, folks.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, April 13th of 2022, to speak about something that, well, it's popular in the news today. You've heard about it, but you may not realize the aspects, the totality of it. We're talking about the connection between intersectionality, the connection between censorship, the connection between a false bravado and false logic, and how these are all coming together to affect your life. And you may not realize it. You may not realize that it's affecting you directly, but we're going to address how it actually is. Now, first, before we get started, we do want to mention, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media that we can, to be able to hear your voices in chats and tweets and in phone calls from anywhere in the world. And we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to be heard, to speak about the topics that affect us all. And so we ask you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to join us in our live stream to talk about the issues that matter to you. We hope to see you this Sunday. With that said, let's talk about the issue today. We're going to talk about Ben Shapiro. We're going to be speaking about Quentin Merritt. We're going to be talking about college and censorship. Let's bring it all together. On Monday, you may have seen or you may not have seen Matt Brainerd, who we've done a recent interview with, was speaking with Look Ahead America and talking about the subject of censorship. And I think it's very important to start there. And in that conversation that Matt Brainerd was having, he mentioned this.
And off the bat, we wanted to get behind something that seemed extremely topical and important at the moment, which was stopping corporate censorship. This was immediately following the aftermath of the President of the United States being kicked off of the most prominent social media platform, and in a way that really bothered people. As Elon Musk has recently said, Twitter has more or less become the public square. And to take somebody off of that who was engaging in illegal speech for no other reason than really just political disagreement, along with all the things that led up to it, such as censoring media reporting on things like Hunter Biden's laptop, or otherwise trying to shape the media, shape coverage by suppressing certain news sources, elevating others, along with a whole raft of other social media and financial firms and technology firms interfering with people engaging in illegal activity.
And that's interesting to us. Yes, we're seeing all over the internet, all over social media, all over our news and television, we're seeing censorship. We're seeing people removed from various platforms. They are being unpersoned. They're being shut down. In fact, we have been a target of that most recently. You may recall that we were recently speaking about the fact that Discord banned our channel and punished everyone who is a member of that Discord channel for the mere fact that we had spoken about a protest that we are putting forward because we believe that many colleges are radicalizing our youth, that they are introducing to them information that will be dividing America. And we've spoken about that to some extent in talking about the classes at SUNY Broome College here in the southern tier of New York, which will be providing an event that will further radicalize, further segregate, further incite the division in Americans based on race. This is a troubling trend that we see happening right now. But censorship isn't just the deletion of information, not just the unpersoning of individuals. We see that even recently, even today, Rumble had to respond to the fact that they are receiving pressure from news media organizations, from individuals in the press, trying to emphasize certain ideas, things that they approve of, thoughts that were accepted by a more left-leaning ideology, and punishing organizations and social media and individuals that may have a different thought, that may want to express themselves with the First Amendment. It's kind of a troubling situation. And while that is correct, that censorship does include the deletion of content, of the people's voices, it also includes things beyond just being disbanded or being unpersoned. In fact, it's also the way in which information is presented to the public and how it is denied or warped by news media and a political ideology. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about and what's the subject today. We're talking about Ben Shapiro. Now, there has been a video that's going around. We're going to play that in just a moment. But you may have seen the news, perhaps in Newsweek or other American news media, and it says, Ben Shapiro called bozo by student during anti-transgender event. Now, this came out this morning, the event yesterday. And the information that we hear from Newsweek is that this is about a horrible event. Ben Shapiro was talking about transgender issues to an audience at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and that he was negative. He was horrible. He was invited to speak there because of the Young Americans Foundation, an organization we have spoken with before, and he was sharing with the audience his point of view that men cannot be women. In this reporting of this conversation, Newsweek has a very clear point of view. They want to get across a very clear summarization of the situation. But that summarization, that message that they are putting out to the public, to their readers who have not seen the actual video, have not seen the actual transcript, they're going to be misinformed. And Newsweek is doing this on purpose. Now, they say that Shapiro, who was largely welcomed by the audience, but when he took questions, became embroiled in a bitter exchange with one student who described himself as a mathematician and physicist. Now, they mention, and they cut to, the student said, so I think I'm pretty qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data. Like, for example, gender identity disorder, that's a DSM-4 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Bro, we use DSM-5 now. Shapiro responded, I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech. They then stop with discussing the actual conversation that happened to interject some information of their own, that DSM-5 helps clinicians, researchers define and classify mental disorders to inform diagnosis and treatment. They go on to then say, the student commented, you sound like a bozo. Well, that's not exactly how the conversation went. That's not exactly what was being said, because then they go into Ben Shapiro saying he doesn't have to define or justify his masculinity. That's really not where the conversation goes. And then they go on to say that the student talked about Western colonial framework of gender. Well, they're really, really abusing the conversation. They're really denying you the actual context of what was being said and the critical comments and commentary that was going on in that. And they're doing that because they want to provide a very specific point of view. They want to tell you that the LGBTQAI plus ideology is something that's positive. They go into talking about the Indian Health Service, talking about American Indians and different ideas of LGBTQ. But that's really not what it's about. They even go on to talk about Ben Shapiro in an entirely different event, which has an entirely different context. They're misinforming the public. They're trying to make Ben Shapiro look like a bad guy, like he's done something wrong, that this student has done something courageous and positive, without actually giving context of what was said and how it was said and whether or not it was actually valid. That's the censorship that's going on. And that's something that really needs to be addressed. Now, what actually was said and how was it said? Let's take a look at that before we go any further so we can understand how intersectionality is being promoted by the major news media and how they are suppressing other voices and other thoughts because they don't want you to think. They want you to feel, and they want you to feel exactly how they approve, which is bad for everyone. Let's take a look at this. So this is the video of the complete conversation between Ben Shapiro and a student who happens to be Quentin Merritt. And Quentin Merritt will be looking at his response to this video and the response of the public to what he had to say, so that you'll have full context. But I want you to understand that under the umbrella of LGBTQAI+, under the umbrella of intersectionality, we see that people are willing to misrepresent facts, misrepresent themselves, to attack unjustifiably individuals on a personal basis to be able to push forward an agenda regardless of what the cost is for that. So I've said that, but let me show you the actual conversation.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
So let's stop right there. The first thing that we are told immediately in this conversation, which is after Ben Shapiro had been speaking for about 30 minutes and presented his case, this student, who, by the way, as we later find out, had just come from a gym to attend the event, Quentin Merritt, starts off by saying that he is a mathematician and a physicist. This is a lie. And this is a lie that is done purposefully because it is a logic fallacy. It is the assumption that he is an authority, and therefore, as an authority, he is able to confront Ben Shapiro, who is an authority, who is a recognized authority, who is the speaker at the event. So he's trying to use his titles as a means to support and raise up his argument to be able to silence anyone who would disagree with what he is about to say. Now, we don't dispute whether or not he received an award, and if he did, just as Ben Shapiro said, congratulations, good for him to be able to excel. But what Quentin has just told us is he is a student. He is studying a double major. That does not make him an authority. That does not make him a mathematician nor a physicist. He is a student. He is someone who is learning about these subjects. And whether or not he actually does get a degree, again, does not make him an authority in those fields. It just makes him someone who got a degree, which he may get in the future. He then puts up his award to further substantiate that he is an authority, but he isn't. Yes, he got the award, but that does not make him an authority. We have to understand the way that people are being trained to attack those they disagree with, the way that they are being taught how to silence others around them through tricks and illogical arguments that are only meant to suppress others. So that's what Quentin has said so far, and already he's already deflated and devalued the rest of his argument because he has created this fallacy to start. Let's go on.
So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on, old data.
That's not true. Now, Ben Shapiro may or may not be using old data. That's a question. And that is a question of the source that Ben Shapiro is using. That does not rely on whether or not Quentin is actually an authority figure. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with any awards that Quentin may or may not have received. If he's using poor sourcing, that is a different question, which Quentin has not asserted, as we will see.
But my question to you,
I want you all to realize that last month, but sure.
Again, Ben Shapiro then responded, "You're incorrect. His source is from the prior month. It is 30 days old, the information that he is sourcing." So Quentin's argument is deflated. It is incorrect. He's made an assertion. That assertion has been corrected with proper information. So Quentin has failed now twice in his initial argument. Let's go on.
For example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk about...
I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity.
You sound like a...
Okay, so to support his idea, Quentin decided to say, well, your sourcing is based on this faulty data. He makes his point clear on what he's objecting to. Ben Shapiro clarifies the actual citation he is making and its relevance in his discussion, which deflates and defeats the argument that comes from Quentin. Quentin is a smart man. He realizes that he has lost the argument. it is over already, because the supposition is that the data is incorrect. The data has now been confirmed and supported and clarified. Quentin doesn't have an argument anymore. His argument has failed. So what does Quentin do? What has he been trained by the University of North Carolina? What has been taught by progressive ideology to do when his argument has failed and he has been proven to be wrong? Well, we'll see.
Yo, bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro, so what's good?
So he instantly goes to a personal attack. Now, Quentin clarifies, and we will go over that with you in just a moment, but he has a reason why he's made a personal attack. But understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about. The major news media did not want to go into the fact that there was an unsupported, unsubstantiated attack on the discussion that Ben Shapiro had made, that it was based on a faulty understanding of the sourcing of Ben Shapiro, and that argument was defeated. Newsweek did not tell you any of this, nor did it tell you that as a response, the answer from Quentin, as he had been taught by his teachers at the University of North Carolina and probably before, was to then immediately go into a personal attack and to try and embarrass or to somehow deflate the character of Ben Shapiro. Now, it doesn't matter whether you like Ben Shapiro or not. It doesn't matter if you agree with his ideology or not. What is important here is this is a form of censorship. This is an attack which is being supported by the corporate media, as identified by Matt Brainerd, and as we have discussed on this channel before, because the corporate media is denying you full context and an understanding that this is a false argument. And at the same time, they're not allowing you to be able to critique Quentin for making a false argument with faulty logic. Nor are they denouncing the fact that Quentin has made a personal attack that is unnecessary, unwarranted, and rather distasteful. But Ben Shapiro is not without his own ability to defend himself. By the way, also notice the entire audience of the University of North Carolina express their opinion of this personal attack.
So, number one, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children that don't feel the necessity to have a masculinity.
We're using a Western colonial idea.
So, Ben Shapiro just stands up, and this is where you see that edit that we saw here in Newsweek, that Ben Shapiro responded saying, let me say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity of having my masculinity challenged by someone like you. He has reasserted himself and made it clear that the argument that is being presented to him is a personal attack, an attack that has no validity, nor is it relevant. That's where we go. And then we see that Quentin doubles down. He now returns and shifts the argument from a failed discussion that he had just made and a false premise that he had presented, and now shifts the argument into an entirely different argument that is not related to his initial statement, which is faulty data. He now makes an assumption, and he presents that as his new argument after the fact that his personal attack has failed, as we see from the audience itself. Let's see his new argument.
Of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No.
So again, he makes an assumption. He makes a generalization, Quentin, and Quentin's generalization that male and female is not a biological aspect, but it is a social construct, which is a progressive idea that is being supported by academics in schools and being taught to children And in some cases, the application of this ideology is being taught to children as young as 5 years old, which we are seeing in many states, which is why we have seen laws like the Don't Say Gay law that is in Florida, Oklahoma, Alabama, and many others. This is, which of course is not about being gay, but it's about teaching sexual ideology to children at the ages of 5, 6, 7, and 8. So Quentin has gone into that popular idea, at least the academically popular idea of many socialists and many progressives, that sexuality is a social construct, which Ben Shapiro is arguing a biological question of gender. So let's see how he is going to respond to this generalization about Western society.
Oh, no. Think about Native American. Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
and
like the United States or Europe. And so you're saying white, so non-white
incorrect.
People. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot.
So what we heard again is that he's trying to point out certain cultures. By the way, he's not mentioning which culture. Is he talking about the Aztec culture? Because Mexico, in the modern era, in the last century, if not the last 2 or 3 centuries, have Mexico and Africa and South America recognize the biology of male and female, both in sports and in society, and have done so for hundreds of years. This is true also in Eastern culture, whether it be China or Japan or Korea or any of the Asiatic countries. So there is an understanding of male and female biology, and that it is something that is intrinsic. Whether or not you agree with that, whether or not you prefer that, is entirely separate of the fact that it is recognized and has been recognized through modern history for hundreds of years, which Ben Shapiro has stated. So again, we see that Quentin is standing on poor ground. And to support his poor example, he then supports it again, saying, I'm a mathematician, I am a physicist, which he is not. He has not earned those degrees. He has not made that leap, or rather, he is making a leap to try and create an authority behind what he is saying that is unsupported by the truth, that it is factually incorrect. So let's go on and see what else happens here.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
So he goes with the line from KBJ herself, from Ketanji Brown Jackson's mouth herself. I can't answer whether male or female exists because I'm not a biologist. Because, again, this supports the idea that there is a biological, not social, definition of male and female. He's defeated his own argument. The argument from Quentin is that male and female are a social construct. But now, in saying that he is not a biologist, he is saying that not only does it take an authority to make this determination, but the type of authority is one based on biology and genetics, thus resupporting the fact that male and female are biological, not social. So he's failed in being able to support that he is an authority, and he's defeated his own argument without Ben Shapiro having to say anything else. That is important. We have to understand the failure. This is the failure of education in America at this time, that individuals have been taught to start with an argument, even if it's faulty, when proven incorrect, to attack an individual on a personal level, to try and discredit them, to try and support yourself with assumptions of authority that do not have any credibility, and to change the argument to a new argument, even if that argument is flawed, and to try and press that forward by using authority figures and self-claim of authority in a subject. So he's defeated himself several times, and we can see the failure of the education system that has taught him to be able to debate in this manner to try and win support for his point of view. Let's hear Ben Shapiro.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard.
So Ben Shapiro has made, while it is a stinging rebuke, it is accurate. If we are to assume the authority that has been assumed and has been claimed by Quentin, then Quentin, in his own argument, lacks the authority to make the argument that he is making about the social construct of sexuality. And he has not provided any authority or any documentation, any support for what he has said. He's made generalizations, but he's not citing any recognized sources for that. He's just assuming an authority that is not relevant to the argument that he is making, an argument that he's saying requires a knowledge set and a authority he does not have, and that he has clearly stated. Quentin's answer is to say that, well, Ben Shapiro lacks the authority as well. Even if we are to assume that is correct, Ben Shapiro is citing authorities, the DM5, in his argument that he is making. So he is not assuming that he has the sole authority on this or that he is an expert, but he is citing those who are experts in making the argument that he is making. There is a difference, and it is clear, it is not subtle, and Quentin has failed. His education has failed. Not to say that Quentin isn't smart. Quentin may be smart, but he is uneducated, and he has been educated poorly, and it is on display, which is why the rebuke by Ben Shapiro is so stinging. Let's go on.
What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
So, as a final rebuke against this student, Quentin, after taking several personal insults and addressing his core issues, his core arguments, and defeating those arguments, and Quentin himself defeating his own arguments, we then see Ben Shapiro go on a response to the personal attack that was made against him on several levels at several times, and he makes a very valid argument, which is also somewhat personal, in defending himself and saying, well, if you are such an authority and you have been taught that your authority gives you the ability to make these unsubstantiated arguments that you yourself have defeated, there is a underlying failure in the way that you are being taught. There is a failure in your knowledge, and that goes back to both the emphasis on a progressive ideology on intersectionality and to go to the way that he was taught to think. That's very important. And that's the end of the conversation. I will play it out just so that everyone knows that I am not editing any additional content that is of substance or adds context to the conversation. So, that is over. So we've established, and I think we've established very clearly, that the education system, in its emphasis to be able to promote a political ideology, and let us be very clear, intersectionality, gender identity politics, and critical race theory are political aspects. They are political ideologies that are meant to put groups of individuals, categories of people above others for the basis of power and law. That is a fact. That is continuously seen through the actions that we have seen and also being expressed by the corporate media. Corporate media that is looking to edit this information, to take it out of context so that you are provided a very biased point of view, so that you will support that ideology, which is supported by the corporate media, so that you will not think this through and you will assume that the authority, in this case the corporate media, is correct, and therefore, in that same line of thought, that Quentin is also correct. But in fact, they are not. And their argument is not substantiated. And the person who's the villain in this is not Ben Shapiro, nor his thoughts, which are unapproved by the major media and academics. No, in fact, it is Quentin and the process of thought that he was taught to use and the process of argumentation that he was taught to use by the University of North Carolina and his prior teachers. All of them should be embarrassed and upset that Quentin has gone through this process and has embarrassed himself as well as their institutions and the education system in America and its priorities at this time. Newsweek should be embarrassed at this time for the article that they published and the lack of context that they have provided to the public. And just as Matt Braynard had pointed out, we see this on social media in addition, and this is the kind of censorship that is destroying America. It is destroying our ability not only to make arguments, but to think about these arguments and to be able to evaluate them as individuals rather than categories, rather than just having to accept an approved thought that is provided to us by individuals that assert their own greatness and power without any substantiation. That, as Matt Braynard was bringing up, we need to question this, and we should fight against this because this is not the way to maintain a nation, a society, or individuals. It takes away from all of their abilities. This is Quentin's page himself. This is his YouTube channel. He has had, since this event has come out, he has 56 subscribers. He has a video that has 32,367 views as of this recording. And he has only 82 likes on what he has to say. Now, that is not indicative necessarily of the quality of what is being said by Quentin, although it is indication that his attempt to reach out to support what he had said is not finding ears, that it is not substantiated, and that he has been proven wrong. In addition, and I don't see the dislike, but I would assume, and I'm pretty sure people will be able to find this, that the dislike ratio is significantly higher than the like ratio. Not because Ben Shapiro is a great guy, but because Quentin is unable to substantiate his argument that he is making, and that he has failed in promoting the ideology of intersectionality and of progressive thought, and that his school has failed. And you can look at the comments that are prevalent and surrounding his entire channel of individuals who are pointing out the different things that are wrong. In particular, I cite this one right here, Wes Smith mentioning, "You are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist, you are a student." There is a clarity here. Now, again, I want Quentin's words to stand for themselves, and I want you to hear what he has to say in its fullness as he tries to defend and support what he has done and to justify the false logic that he has used, to use personal attacks to try and belittle and diminish an individual and to try and elevate himself by assuming an authority he does not have. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, my name is Quentin Merritt, and I just roasted Ben Shapiro.
That is factually incorrect. That is factually incorrect by, if no other criteria can be used here, the number of views of the video I just showed you from Ben Shapiro, 300,000. The number of views that Quentin is receiving, 32,000. On a magnitude and order, he is not seen as being superior. Although, if you're looking at Newsweek and certain corporate media, then you will get a sense that that is what happened. But if you are looking at what people themselves are responding to, that is incorrect. That is, again, another assertion of authority, an assertion of success that is not substantiated by any evidence that we can see. We'll go on.
But before I get into the reasoning behind my actions, I'm going to give you some background about my experience at the event.
Now, is the background that he's about to tell us of any relevance? No. He is using another slippery slope. He's changing the way that you are thinking about this argument. He is going to seek to try and win you over on an emotional level about an argument which is based in fact. He is trying to change your perception of this. Again, this is another technique that has been taught to him by the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and many of his prior teachers. We can only assume that this is what he has been taught, to change the argument, to change the framing of the argument, and to try and engage in an emotional battle on something that is based in fact. He is trying to now change things from the fact to how you feel, whether you like Ben Shapiro or whether you like Quentin Merritt. That's what he's looking to do. That is the new argument he's going to put here, and that's why he is introducing information that has no relevance and cannot be substantiated. This is his perception that he is about to present to you. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm with a friend, and we strolled through campus to get to the gym, waited patiently in line, shuffled through security, all to get to the biggest and most controversial event of our time in college.
Introducing a couple of concepts here. That he has friends, that he was an innocent individual, that he was coming to this event presumably with an open mind, presumably. That he was just being another student going and seeing something that was incredible. And if the most incredible thing that you are learning at college, and I know it's been 35 years since I've been in college, but if the most important thing that has ever happened to you while you are in college is that an individual is speaking at your college, then that education system has failed you. That is my personal opinion. It may be incorrect, but again, we're talking about subjectivity here because Quentin has introduced subjectivity and personal reflection. And if it is about personal reflection, I can tell you that in my experience, the experience I have heard about and shared with many, many other individuals who have gone to college as well over the last 35 years, if this is the most significant thing he is doing in college, his college has failed him, and he has failed to seek out experiences that are readily available to him. But let's continue.
Ben Shapiro at UNCG. And as we walk down the stairs and try to squeeze into our seats and settle in for the event, we hear someone yell, "I fucking hate minorities." Just like that.
Okay, so now we have an unsubstantiated claim. Now, I find this interesting because, as far as I can tell, there is no video, there is no evidence that has been reported either by the major news media, nor by individuals at the University of North Carolina, nor by Quentin himself that shows any evidence of such a thing happening. Now, I'm not saying that it could not happen. I'm not saying that it did not happen. I don't know if that's a personal attack, an individual that has a personal relationship to Quentin, that they have a personal argument with Quentin. I don't know. But what I do know, and what can be substantiated, is that there is no evidence that these kind of racial slurs were being used at this event, either at large or by specific individuals targeting other individuals at the university. Again, this is an attempt to try and sway an emotional reaction. He has now used race, and of course it's called the race card for a reason. He's now used his race and a presumed slur to try and change your emotional outlook on his conversation and to change the context of his speech that he had, his discussion he had with Ben Shapiro. He's now tried to make you angry. He's tried to make you emotionally support him. This is a technique. It is a technique used to subvert individuals and to change the way that they would look at something in a manner that they normally would not. He's changed it from a substantive argument into an emotional one. And he wants you on his side emotionally without providing any substance nor any verification. It's his word, his feelings, and he wants you to share his anger, even though there is no reason for you to do so. But let's go on to hear what else he has to say.
My friend and I immediately looked at one another with shock. Him wide-eyed, looking at my black skin, and me uncomfortably staring at his brown skin against the sea of white faces that surrounded us. I mean, that was to be expected, given Ben Shapiro's demographic.
Why is it to be expected? Ben Shapiro has millions of followers around the world. And he's saying that the only people who can relate to Ben Shapiro would be people who are Jewish, not even necessarily white, but Jewish, because that's one of the key categories that Ben Shapiro actually targets or is targeted and that he represents. So again, now we're hearing this argument, well, you can only be represented by people who look just like you. He's assuming that because Ben Shapiro is light-skinned, therefore he supports or is supported by whites. Well, maybe, but is that to say that no one who is black or brown-skinned or Asian or indigenous, that no one else around the world supports Ben Shapiro because he doesn't look like them? Because we have now had this argument introduced by Quentin that only people who are like you, who look like you, who have either black or brown skin, well, they must support Quentin's point of view. You must align yourself and see yourself in Quentin because he's made this allegation, and because Ben Shapiro is other, he has to be an enemy. He has to be in opposition. Well, that's not necessarily true. And that is a weak argument at the very least, and it's unsupported. It's inaccurate. It is not factually correct to say that that is the demographics of Ben Shapiro's followers. What you can look online and you can look at his event. That's not true. So he has made a false argument, a false equivocation, and he is supporting that on the basis of my skin color, which at any other time in the world would be considered racism. He is using racist arguments to try and gain your support for his actions and his failures. I want you to be clear on that. And this is what he is being taught at the University of North Carolina and possibly by other teachers before in his life. This is the ideology of the progressive socialists that progressive socialists are putting out to the public and to our youth who will become the future leaders of our nation. Racism. Let's continue.
But what I did not expect was the lack of response to the hateful statement that resounded in my ears. No one batted an eye or turned their head except for us.
Again, he's assuming that people heard this statement, that, well, he's trying to make us believe initially that this statement and this situation actually happened, even though no one else has reported that, no one else has made that claim. He's making that claim, so he wants us to believe him, and he wants us to believe that in that event, under circumstances that we don't have clearly, we don't know if someone was standing right in front of him, if they were standing 50 feet away from him, was it shouted, was it said, was it whispered? How was this said? Did anyone else hear it? Where were they when that happened? We don't know. We only have the emotion, not even the substance or the situation, not even an attempt to provide a situation. All we have is an emotion to go off of, which is his racism, his preference of brown and black skin versus someone else who, again, he hasn't stated anything other than a supposition that they may be light-skinned, they may be white, they may be Jewish. We don't know. They're other. And this is the argument that he is making right now, which is not truly an argument. This is an emotional calling. This is an emotional call to action based on racism. Let's continue.
The lack of care by the people who surrounded me, most of whom shared the same views as Ben Shapiro.
How would he know? How can you say that the people shared his views? He didn't share the views of Ben Shapiro, and he was at the event. How did he know that there weren't others who disagree? And in looking at events where Ben Shapiro is spoken at on a regular basis, there are many members of the news media who don't agree with Ben Shapiro, and yet they are there to cover the event. There are many people on social media who go to these events, not because they share the points of view of Ben Shapiro, but to attack them. We have many students and other individuals who go to events of Ben Shapiro to protest and to be able to speak and to challenge Ben Shapiro. Is he assuming that everyone that was at the event, except him and his one associate, were there in support of Ben Shapiro and no one else was there to argue against him? Is that the argument that he's making? Is that the supposition that he wants us to believe that factually is not correct? Again, his argument is failing but it is an emotional plea. It's not meant to make sense. It is not meant to be logical. You aren't meant to think about what he is saying. You are meant to feel. And you are meant to feel in alignment with him so that he gains greater support, not any thought. You're meant to react emotionally without the benefit of any logical consideration. That's what he's pushing for here. Let's continue.
Stirred a fire within me, and that's when I made my decision. I posted to my Snapchat story, and I said that I was going to heckle him.
So he's, because of an individual who has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro, because it wasn't Ben Shapiro, nor did Ben Shapiro, in his appearance at North Carolina or any other event that can be documented anywhere in the history that Ben Shapiro has been a public figure, and even before then, is there any call for racism? Does not exist. So he's now made a decision based on his own emotional feelings that he wants us to join in on, that he has now been justified to heckle. He's not there to object. He's not there to put in a critique. It's not because he's heard something that Ben Shapiro has said that he believes is factually incorrect. No, he has made a decision, and he says that he has put that out to the public to now go and heckle. He's going to attack. He is going to try and personally, or he's going to try and emotionally disrupt this event, because he has found an offense that has nothing to do with the subject matter. It has nothing to do with the presenter. It has nothing to do with anything except his emotions based on an interaction that we have no way of being able to confirm, and he wants us to support that. We shouldn't, but that's what he wants. Let's see what else happens.
And when they asked audience members to go down for questions, I went down there with that in mind. On my way up there, I asked myself, well, what does Ben Shapiro do? You know, he uses his influence as a political commentator.
So let's be sure of what he's just said. Ben Shapiro, based on not what he said at North Carolina, he's saying that he hasn't listened to the speech of Ben Shapiro. At least that's what it appears he's saying. He's thinking about past actions and past events of Ben Shapiro. He's not talking about what was being said at the University of North Carolina, not the subject at hand, the discussion at hand. He's looking for something else. He is looking for something to attack. He is looking for a way to try and take away the substance of Ben Shapiro, of the authority of Ben Shapiro, and the substance of any of his discussions. He's not looking at what actually factually was said and actually what may or may not be a weak discussion made by, or argument made by Ben Shapiro that day. That's what he is telling us. He isn't there to, and he isn't going up to ask a question because he disagrees with what Ben Shapiro said that day. He's just looking to disrupt and to cause people's emotions to be riled up as his then now are, or at that time were, so that he could emotionally sway individuals to support his own personal ideology. And we're going to hear about why in just a moment.
And touts his credentials from his Harvard law degree to give himself the credibility to speak on issues that he's not qualified to speak about.
Except he also cites information that he has studied, that he has read. He uses sources beyond what his actual authority is, which is a lawyer and a individual who studies politics. No, Ben Shapiro uses citations and information that is available to everyone that he has investigated, and he makes his argument based on that, because no one individual is an expert at everything. But there are many ways. We don't need to be experts at everything. That's why we have reading comprehension. That's why studies and reports are made. That's why articles and commentaries exist, to help us to absorb more information than what we have by ourselves. That's something that I learned in college. That's something I learned before I got to college. And it seems it's something that Quentin is completely discounting. Let's go on.
So I did the exact same thing. And for those of you on the internet saying that there's no way that I possibly won this prestigious award, I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong.
I don't know who's made that argument that he didn't win the prestigious award. I haven't seen evidence of someone saying that. Now, again, he may or may, I'm not disputing it. This isn't a claim he has made, but his claim does have some question based on the fact that he started his entire conversation and during his conversation assuming an authority that he does not have. So in saying that he has an authority, claiming an authority he does not have, then brings to question everything else that he cites. And in addition, in his discussion with Ben Shapiro, in misquoting facts, in misquoting Ben Shapiro and the argument that's being made, because of the multiple fallacies and logical inaccuracies that he has made in his argument, yes, every aspect of what he has said is in question and should be questioned. Because he did this to himself. He destroyed his own character, and he invited questions about his credibility and his credentials because of the manner in which he has argued and the fallacies that he made that were highlighted by his own conversation. So if Quentin's upset because people are doubting him, it's only because of what he himself said. Let's go on.
You know, it's true. I was awarded the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
Congratulations. I'm glad that you've gotten that award. I'm not even going to bother and check it. I'm going to assume that you are correct on that. That does not imply that you, Quentin, are any better or worse at anything else. It doesn't mean that you are successful or that you've made a successful argument, and it definitely highlights that there has been a failure in the lessons you've learned about logic and the lessons you have learned about being able to provide proof and making a logical conclusion on the things that you wish to discuss. You have failed. Your teachers may have failed you, and that's sad, but you have failed yourself. Let's go on.
And I'm a double major in mathematics and physics.
Which means you are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist. You're a student. You're learning. You hope to one day become a mathematician and or physicist. You hope that these double majors will result in you gaining degrees, but you don't have authority. You are not what you have claimed to be. And you've said this now multiple times, that you are not an authority. So therefore, your credibility again takes a hit. Let's go forward.
This is what Black excellence looks like.
No, it doesn't. Black excellence is not the assumption of authority that you do not have, that you yourself refute. Black excellence is not using emotional arguments to try and claim a political victory in a debate. Having faulty sources and having faulty conclusions is not excellence. Using emotion and race to try and manipulate the audience that you are speaking to is not excellence. In fact, nothing that you are presenting or have presented is an example of excellence. Not for progressives, not for socialists, not for intersectionality or anything else. No group that you are trying to claim an association with, no group that you represent or claim to represent, no one is being given an example of excellence in the manner and in the way that you have presented yourself and the arguments that you have made.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back with you. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx. It is April 28th at 5:16, and we're back with you. Thank you for being here through the break. We started the show today talking about some of the international news that is going on, how the United States, the Biden-Harris administration, has failed yet again, that we are seeing Chad and the countries of Chad and Niger are kicking out the United States, which is promoting a growth of, or at least potentially the growth of terrorism in Africa, in Central Africa, that we are seeing an influence of Russia and China grow in those nations, which is, again, bad for the United States. And this is all subject to the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration. I left out in the beginning when we were talking about that in particular, and I wanted to bring it back up. My prediction, I believe that before the end of the year, probably before the end of the summer, but definitely before the end of the year, we will see that Niger, the country of Niger, where we have 1,000 American troops currently that are being forced to leave that nation, that they will be one of the next countries in Africa to have internal strife and turmoil. Probably a civil war, regional war for sure, and that'll be motivated probably by groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS influencing the government of Niger, and that will have repercussions across the rest of the world. And please remember that these areas, we are seeing massive increases in the number of illegal aliens coming from some of these African nations into the United States due to the open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. So it's destabilizing the world and making it less safe, and it's helping our enemies, Russia, China, and Iran, and at the same time, it's also hurting the United States, both economically with having more illegal aliens that are receiving free, quote-unquote, free stuff from taxpayers, but also that we are potentially allowing more of individuals who may be known or suspected terrorists into America without any vetting that endangers the American people's lives. We've already had 173 in 2023, 69 in the first 3 months of 2024. It is terrifying what is happening. Now, at any point throughout the show, as we talk about these issues and we make our predictions as we just have made, and we talk about these issues, we are always willing to hear what you have to say. I'm watching the comments right now. You can comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter or X, DLive. You can reach us on Rumble. Leave your comments to say whatever. If you think we got it wrong, if we misunderstand, if you disagree, you have a different conclusion, we're happy to hear that. In addition, you can also call into the program at 929-715-8569, which is connected to the phone right now. It is on. And we're more than happy to hear you call in. I think my phone, the audio is working at this point. So you can call in and we'll be happy to hear what you have to say and talk with you about it. See where you are at, or if there's something completely different that we have missed. Breaking news may be happening, and we'll be happy to talk about that. It's all up to you, because this is a conversation we have with the world, because we believe in free speech. We believe the solution to the problems facing not just the United States, but the world is only going to be resolved by having conversations, free, open, clear conversations. Not having them, not ideologues, not being told that here's a headline and that's all the information you get, or being told that you have a time limit, you've got 30 seconds to sum up everything and try and fix the problem. The best in the universe can't do that, and you can't do it either. We need to have these conversations and not be afraid of someone saying, well, you're just an ist or a phobe, you're some kind of racist. No, you're not. You're just a human being with ideas. Let's have those conversations. Again, I say, as I do in every show, if you happen to be an elected politician anywhere in America at the local, state, or federal level, I absolutely invite you, call on in. I will give you as much time as you need to explain your positions on the issues that we are talking about if you think I am wrong. I am more than happy to give you as much time. I'm not CNN, I'm not MSNBC or ABC. I don't have a time limit to hear from elected officials to try and let us know that what I am seeing, what we are discussing, isn't what's happening. If they think it's different, tell us. This is the format for that. But as always, we almost never hear from those politicians because, one, we're not wrong very often, I believe, and two, they're terrified to be held accountable, to be on the record making a definitive statement. They want to waffle. They want to play both sides of the fence as much as they can so they can try and gather as many votes and in as many donations as they can so they can maintain their power without actually doing anything. It's not enough for us to say, do something to these politicians. They have to do something that is effective. That is the key. And when they don't, we need to get rid of them. That's why we see with Joe Biden right now. He's playing both sides of the fence. He's funding Hamas with $9 billion of your tax money after they killed Americans, after they are torturing Americans. And at the same time, he's helping our only ally in the Middle East, Israel, and promoting them, giving them about $7 billion. So he's playing both sides of the fence so he can get as many donations from everyone, no matter what they think, but yet he isn't getting the American hostages back home. He's parading around a 5-year-old now, telling us how great he is, trying to make us forget there's another 22 hostages that are held by Hamas, that are being tortured as we speak, that may be dead. We know at least 40 hostages seem to be dead. They could be British, they could be French, they could be German or Japanese or American. We don't know yet, although I think we're pretty sure they're probably British and American as well as Israeli. And that's why Hamas has been so reluctant to actually have a release of the hostages, which will instantly get them the ceasefire that we see talked about at the various colleges right now. That's the solution. Release the hostages, especially since they should be alive. Release the living hostages, you'll have a ceasefire. If they're dead, well, we may want to ask why and how did they die? And I guarantee you, it's not because of Israel. If it was Israel, then they would have already told us. The 3 hostages that did get killed by Israel, they instantly told us Israel was responsible and provided us the evidence for that. These additional 40 hostages that were killed, yeah, they haven't said a word about it. They don't even want to officially verify it yet because they don't have a deal in place to protect them from the retaliation, which means they know they did it. They can't blame this on Israel. They're going to try, but they can't. Because if they really had any evidence of that, they would have already released it. They would have already used that leverage. And Joe Biden is busy trying to ignore this entire story, and he doesn't want you to think about it because you might not vote Democrat if you understood that he has failed for 7 months to get back 21 Americans held by Hamas that are being tortured just because he's afraid of losing votes. So that's what we've been talking about up to now. And we started talking a little bit about the other aspect of this, that in looking at all the polling that is out at this time, we have seen consistently in poll after poll, month after month. We've been doing this now for 8 months in a row. This is the 8th month. We've been doing this show for 7 years now, but we've gone 8 months in a row without missing a single Sunday, no matter how I felt, sick, good, whatever. Even during the holidays, we have not missed a single one. We've gone over the election week after week after week, showing you updates like this one from Real Clear Politics, a neutral, independent site showing you the accumulation. And consistently, about 90% of every single poll, no matter where it comes from the left, the center, NBC, CBS, doesn't matter, New York Times, we see consistently Donald Trump is winning. And this is why there's so much fear. Now, because of that, we also see that the Biden-Harris administration is pushing to have more authoritarian control over your life, which means that it makes America less free, more like every other country in the world. It is lowering the quality of life for American citizens and therefore endangering their lives, making them more like slaves than anything else. And that's why we see the FTC, the FCC, the ATF, the EPA creating their own laws, something that is absolutely illegal. It is unconstitutional because they cannot. Only Congress can make laws. And when we see that things like the FTC this week coming out and saying, well, yeah, non-competes, NDAs, they don't exist anymore. They don't have the right to say that. They can't do that. It is unconstitutional. It is usurping power and putting the government in the way of private business. It is putting the government in the way of your life, of how you run and live your life. And that should disturb everyone, regardless of whether you think it's a great idea or not. The problem is it's government doing things the government isn't allowed to do simply because they want to. And this is a problem. And when we see these things, we also are reminded by things like this, that there are now fears. We've been talking about this since August of 2022, we told you that the United States had gone into a recession. The Biden-Harris administration changed the definition of what a financial recession is that same month. What an odd coincidence. So that they never had to use the words recession and the Biden administration in the same paragraph. They changed the definition. So you would think Bidenomics is doing great, that Bidenomics is really strong. In fact, as you can see here, this is Janet Yellen. Now, the article, which is from CNN, left-leaning business, CNN says fears about stagflation are mounting in the U.S. It's every central banker's worst nightmare. I want you to think about that. Fears about stagflation, it is a nightmare. Janet Yellen says the U.S. economy is strong. It's not overheated. There's her comment right there. This is also from CNN saying the exact opposite. So the Biden-Harris administration said, the economy's fantastic. You don't know what you're talking about. Everything's going great. But CNN's telling us that we're about to have stagflation, which means we have to be in a recession. To have stagflation, you must first have a recession, which means we're in a recession that they won't call a recession. They'll call it a strong economy instead. Markets fall as investors worry about low economic growth. Does that sound like a strong economy? This is from CNN. U.S. economy grew by just 1.6%, the GDP, in the first quarter, which is much slower than expected. Does that sound strong? We are getting factual indications from everyone in the market, but the Biden-Harris administration is telling you, no, everything's great. Bidenomics is working fantastic. The economy is great. You've never had it better. You're doing better today than you were doing 4 years ago, except every single piece of data independent of the Biden-Harris administration, independent of the DNC and the 2024 election, is telling you, no, that's not true. When you go to the store and you pay the bill, you know for a fact that you're paying somewhere between 30 and 48% more for everything that you are buying. You know it's not true when you look at your bills and you see that they are somewhere between 17 and 24% higher. You know it's not true. But the Biden administration is trying to fortify the election. And CNN is more than happy to help them try to fortify, to not dispute this, to tell you, well, things aren't great, but Joe Biden says it's great, so it must be great. The economy must be good. Don't listen to anyone else because they're MAGA, and that means they're evil. Orange man bad. Change the subject. Don't worry about it. You have to vote Democrat. That's the problem. And see, you get nowhere. That doesn't help anyone. we could get out of this recession. We would be getting out of this recession if we admitted we were in the recession in the first place and took the proper steps to get out. And if you think interest rates are going to go back down, you're out of your mind. They're likely to go higher, not lower, or at the very least, stay exactly the same. That's the reality. We're not going to get these low rates again. And even if Donald Trump wins the election, the economy is screwed up. The first year of his administration is going to be set to try and fix this very problem created by the Biden-Harris administration, reversing everything that Donald Trump did that created actual growth. Growth that, well, Barack Obama said you couldn't possibly get over 1.5%. And Trump was bringing in 3 to 3.2% per year. So obviously, in listening to the progressives, you're getting the wrong answer. They don't want to tell you about the economic troubles because, again, you might not vote for them. They would lose power. This is about the election. This is about power. It's not about making your life better. They keep promising you, it's going to be better, it's going to be better. Except every time they do these things, when they do the minimum wage, look at California. They did minimum wage. Unemployment went up. People getting government aid increased. Why? Because increasing the minimum wage doesn't fix the problem. We know this from California. This happened in Washington. It's happened in Colorado, happened in New York State and in Manhattan. And we got this from the Congressional Budget Office. We knew this was going to happen. It's just the reality that is not being told to you. But this leads to other problems. And part of the reason why we're seeing these problems is because there is no legitimate honesty in these politicians. As an example, in New York City, the city council, one of the biggest, most powerful, most well-paid government agencies for a city in the entire world, they hate police officers. They want to disband. They are progressive. The New York City Council is a progressive stronghold, and they are pushing progressive ideology. It's one of the reasons why New York City remains an open border city, a sanctuary city, even though New York City is going bankrupt because of it. It costs $6 billion a year to take care of the 180,000 illegal aliens entering New York. And by the way, that's 130,000 of those illegal aliens didn't come from Texas. They didn't come from the southern border. They just entered into the United States. They came direct to New York and to New York City because it's an open border state and an open border city. You can't blame this on anyone else. This is New York's problem because we're taking taxpayer money, and instead of taking care of families, instead of taking care of moms and hungry children, taking care of our homeless, we're instead kicking them out of shelters and putting the illegal aliens in there, giving them prepaid cards to go and get their food and giving them a stipend to live off of for breaking the law, for rewarding them. So the New York City Council, progressive city council, who hate police, who want to disband, not just reduce, disband the police. They agree with Justine Sherman of the Jasmine Sherman of the Green Party, who we often call the Nergalite, that wants to get rid of the police. She somehow thinks that if there are no police officers, crime will disappear. It's kind of like having gun control. They put in the red flag laws. That will stop all gun crime. Gun crime is up. I know, they keep telling you it's down. No. Gun crime is down versus 2020 and the Antifa BLM riots. That's true. But if you look at 2013 to 2019, any one of those years or the average of those 6 years, crime today, violent crime, gun crime, is up. So they've been lying to you there too. They're looking at it from a very specific kind of way, only looking at it from 2020, even though we have data going back further than that. And the fact is, versus the normal trend before there was Antifa riots, before there were BLM riots burning down our cities. The level of crime is up versus that, not down. So these people who think, these progressive city council members who think getting rid of the police is going to get rid of crime, they're the same people who said that if you have a revolving door on bail, if you arrest a criminal, don't give them cashless bail, release them immediately within an hour, 2 hours of committing a crime and being arrested, and put them back out onto the street, that they will suddenly become saints, that they will not commit another crime. Well, they're wrong. We know this. We know that Eric Adams, mayor of New York City, has admitted multiple times that we are seeing recidivism, that about 10 to 20% of these criminals go out and they don't just make one more crime, they make about 15 more crimes. Yes, this is the documented numbers coming from Eric Adams himself, that the people being arrested, about 20% of them commit 15 crimes per person. They get arrested, released, and commit another crime over and over again. And there is a significant portion of these people who happen to be illegal aliens, like those at 42nd Street, the 11 illegal aliens that beat up a New York City police officer, two police officers on 42nd Street. They were arrested and released within 2 hours. Within 4 hours, 5 of them had gone to California under different names, never to be seen again. Tell you, there's the problem. You want to see what the problem is? Maybe it's with the progressives. And these same progressives who put in bail reform, that are trying to do criminal justice reform, who are trying to get rid of the police, are the ones who are turning around, and the moment that a crime affects them, everything else had nothing to do with them. The illegal aliens weren't committing crimes against them. The repeat offenders that they released without bail weren't affecting them or their families. No. The increase in crime and gun violence wasn't affecting them or their families, so they were okay. Just because it affected you, well, they don't care. You don't matter. They're the elected officials. But the second that it actually affects them, suddenly they decide that this is a problem, that they're getting death threats. Mind you, no one has physically assaulted them yet, and I don't recommend anyone to do so, but just the mere threat of violence against them, unlike the actual violence that is happening throughout New York City, so bad that we had to have Kathy Hochul bring in the National Guard into New York City to try and protect American citizens, and that's failed as well. No. When it starts to affect them, now it's those same police officers that they want to get rid of, they have to come and protect these individuals. It is insane. We've seen this with council members Yusuf Salam out of Manhattan and Carlina Rivera also out of Manhattan. They've been vocal critics of the NYPD, and they are part of the lawmakers that were trying to take the police. If they couldn't fire them, then they would make them do nothing but paperwork all day long to make them ineffective. Again, wasting your money and stopping the police from doing their job, which is to protect the public. But the second that they had a problem, well, now it's all about them. The police have to come and rescue them. That they have to go out and take care of their problems, like people who are giving them death threats. All 4 council members have run afoul of pro-Israeli New Yorkers for publicly supporting pro-Palestine, in other words, Hamas, and have disrupted the Big Apple and college campuses. The demonstrations were sparked by Israel's retaliation to October 7th. So they're against even this. They're supporting terrorists on top of everything else. On top of all the other progressive policies, they're even supporting terrorism. But the moment that anyone says anything about them, that says that, oh, we don't like what you're doing, Then they start going, well, we need the police. The police have got to be here. The police aren't doing their job. We need police enforcement because it's affecting them. And that is how you see progressives on a regular basis. If anyone disagrees with me, if anyone has an example of somewhere else in the country where the progressives, when they get crimes committed against them, when they are affected by the crime, when they don't suddenly turn around and flip and on an instant, they instantly go, you know what? We need more police. We need the police to do their job. It happened in California. It happened in Minnesota. It's happened in New York City and New York State. We see it every time. When it affects the progressives, then they need protection and they need police. When it's only about them and their ideology and it's affecting other people, when it's affecting their constituents, they don't care. Well, that doesn't matter. We don't need police now. We don't need laws. We just need to have more illegal aliens breaking more laws and taking the money from you, the taxpayer. You'll just live with it. But they're special. I tell you, it really infuriates me when I see this. And I share these stories with you because you're not going to see this on MSNBC. MSNBC doesn't want to focus on this. CNN, ABC News, they don't want to talk about this. They don't want you to see the hypocrisy in action. They don't want you to realize that there's a two-tier system with the progressives where if they have a problem, then it's an issue. But if they don't have a problem, it's your issue and they don't care about it. Because if you realize that, you might not vote Democrat in 2024 and they have to fortify the election, which means you don't get to think about these things. You don't get to talk about these things. It didn't exist. Even though I'm showing you the news, the internationally credible news saying, yes, it does exist. And yes, they are hypocrites. And yes, there is a different tier of justice for them as opposed to you. And I think that's true across the country. If there's anyone watching the program that says, Mike, well, no, you're wrong, please, I'm happy to see the evidence. Let's have that conversation. Let's look at that evidence. I'll be happy to be wrong, except you know I'm not. The progressives, members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Indivisible New York, the Working Families Party, these are all progressives. These are all different names for the progressives. Democratic Socialists of America, they're all the same. They just have lots of names. It makes it sound like they're bigger than they actually are. And that's one of the big tricks you will see from the left. They will create groups upon groups. They'll create 12 different organizations with all five, same top 5 members. That's it. It's the same people in charge, but they'll be part of 15 different groups. And depending on the event, and depending on the message they want to say at any given time, they're going to pick up the different flag and slogan of whichever group it is that's going to give them a political advantage. But they're all the same people. It's always the same people. Now, the police in New York have to deal with this dichotomy, this insanity, that they're being told they need to be fired and there need to be less of them, and at the same time told, well, but you have to protect those progressives who are in charge, who are trying to take away your job. It's amazing to me, but we are also seeing the same police at like LA police are the worst police in all of America. They get demonized on a regular basis, sometimes with good reason, sometimes not. But the LAPD, who've been demonized, who have been subject to having shrinkage, to shrink the number of officers there, and yet expected to do the same job when the laws apply, now they have to, they're issuing alerts because the University of Southern California, because there is a pro-Hamas protest, and there are people who are against Hamas, the terrorist organization, so there's going to be a protest. And because the pro-Hamas socialists are going to be having a protest, now LAPD suddenly decides, well, we have to go. We know what happens when socialists have a protest. In other words, George Floyd, what we saw in Minneapolis, what we've seen in all the autonomous zones across the country. every single autonomous zone, what do you see? The same thing. Crime, violence, cities being burned down every single time. In LA, because the left, because the socialists, the progressives are coming out to say, yes, they support terrorism. Terrorism. They support genocide with your tax dollars. Well, that was enough for LA to say, you know what? They need to go out and they have to have an alert. The city has to be prepared for the fires, the fighting, the violence. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because the news media doesn't like to frame it that when socialists protest, there's violence. When socialists protest, there's destruction. That they go hand in hand. You don't see that with the Tea Party. You don't see that with the pro-Trump movement. You don't see that with pretty much anyone. The libertarians. You don't see that with other groups. You only see it with the far left. The progressive and the socialist, the further left you get, the more violence that you see on a regular basis. Every time that they have to protest, and they are always protesting. They are eternally protesting because nothing can be left enough. Nothing can be good enough. There's always a complaint. There's always a problem. There's always more that they can take away from you that they can put in their hands. They always want more power, not less. Is this playing sound? No. Okay. So I find it very interesting that we see this. And there's good reason for it. Because at George Washington University, we can see the speakers are telling the crowds that Intifada revolution is the only path forward to a socialist reconstruction of the United States. Okay, this is as Jason Curtis, who does, he's a writer. He's written for, I believe, the New York Post. I've actually talked with him before. We have seen, and as you can see in the video, this is about socialism. This is about power. This is about controlling you. It's not that they're in favor of Palestine. Palestine is the excuse to take away power from you, to get people to fall in line. How dare you complain? How dare you think about the consequences? You think of the fact that Biden got us into this because of his weak policies, that Hamas is a terrorist organization run by Iran, which means they're attacking the United States. This is meant to destabilize the United States. You must be an ist and a phobe, dividing the American people simply because you say that, oh no, we shouldn't be funding the terrorists. But yet they've convinced the next generation of Americans that genocide is okay. MIT, Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, Binghamton University, Cornell University, and now Columbia University. None of these colleges and across the country, USC, University of Austin in Texas, not one of these universities will say genocide is bad. That Hamas declaring that they will commit genocide, they will not call that evil. They will not say that that is a bad thing to support. No, that's okay. How dare you? They even support the anti-Semitic statements like from the river to the sea. They were happy about that anti-Semitism. It's free speech to say all that. But you can't say, well, Hamas is terrorist. Well, no, that's Islamophobia. Now you've gone too far. Really? Does that make any sense to anyone? It's because it's not about Hamas. It's ultimately about socialism. In fact, that's why we are seeing, as reported by David Rubin, that we're seeing this is about Marxist revolution. They want you to become more socialist. They want you to be more a communist. They slip that in. Oh yeah, it's about the post-colonialism. It's about, Hamas. It's about the small guy trying to defend themselves, even though they started the fight against the big guy that they know is going to beat them. even though they attacked civilians, not the military, even though they took hostages and tortured those hostages and sexually abused those hostages and won't release the hostages, and then they killed some of the hostages. But that's not the important part. You have to remember that Hamas, if they were to be socialists, it would be all fine. They're the small guy. They're the more progressive group. No, they're not. No, they're not. But you see Ilhan Omar, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, when you see the squad, Anna Presley, Cori Bush, when you see the progressives, Hakeem Jeffries, Jamal Bowman, you see them, the Democratic Socialists of America, this is what they are promoting. That they're going to the colleges, the next generation that is going to raise America, that's going to run America. And they are trying to convince them, they are indoctrinating them that they must obey. And the biggest thing, and I've said this before, hello, Range Report. Frank, I'm going to get to your comment in just 1 second. One of the biggest things I want you to understand is the reason why the far left, Democratic Socialists of America, why the socialists and progressives, the reason why they've latched on so hard to Hamas, a terrorist organization that will kill the left. Hamas hates Israel, but they also hate everything on the left. They hate gays, they hate transgender, they hate all of that. They hate women reading, women working, women's rights. They hate all of that. That's Hamas. That's Iran. That is the fanatical views that they're supporting right now, and they're asking people to support with your tax dollars. And the reason why they're doing that is because they have to support the small guy. Remember, they redefined racism. You can't be racist if you're the small person, if you have less power. Well, what are progressives? They're a splinter of the Democratic Party. They are small. They are a sliver, a tiny sliver of the American people. Yes, they have big voices. Yes, they've got people who are elected in Congress. Yes, they're part of the news media and Hollywood, but they are a tiny amount of the 350 million Americans in our nation, and they know it. But if you believe that the small guy can't be wrong, that the small guy can't do anything wrong, that the small guy needs a disproportionate amount of power, well, then that means you have to support progressives. And that's how they win. So let me go to the comments here. And we have a comment from the Range Report, which is a friend of mine. I believe this is Frank Johnson. And Frank Johnson says, did you see the Harvard, quote, students that took down the American flag and raised the Palestinian flag? Well, I know that they've been doing it, that they are literally stomping on America. We hear them say it all the time, that America must go, that they must burn down all of America. We covered that a week ago. That their goal is to destroy America. We've heard this from Rashida Tlaib. We've heard this from Ilhan Omar. We've heard this from all the various campuses. The answer is to destroy the American system, destroy the Constitution, and replace it with something they like. Notice, it's about their preferences. It's about what they feel, not about what's just, what's good, what's right. It's about them, not you. You, the American citizen, well, you have to suffer. So no, I didn't see the Harvard students do this. And you bring up a good point when you put in quotes the word students, because who are these people? We see consistently over and over again that people who are getting arrested in these things. We know 57 students were arrested in the University of Texas at Austin. We know that at the UCS, 41 had been arrested a little bit earlier this year. We know that over 102 were arrested at Northeastern University yesterday. We know that there have been 4 colleges that have had another 100 students arrested. We know that consistently we are seeing student after student, over 200 pro-Hamas. It's not anti-Israel. It's pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism protesters at college campuses. And see, that's the key words here that we're seeing from the media. That's very important. It's protesters at college campuses. Not students. Like Frank is mentioning, not students. That's incredibly important to understand. It's not students. We are seeing this. Notice here's video of this, and we can see, look at all the tents. The tents are all the same manufacturer, the same model, the same color. They all appeared on basically overnight at campuses across this nation. The same tents that are at Harvard, over at Columbia, that are over at UCLA, that are at Austin. That's curious. Does every one of these colleges, every college, large and small, do they all have links to the very same tent supplier? That all of their supplies are being bought by the one same company? I don't think so. Where's all the money for all these tents coming from? These students, they don't have the money. According to Ilhan Omar's daughter, she doesn't have the money for a tent. She doesn't have the money for anything. She has no money. She's a student. She supposedly, as she says, she's starving and homeless. Mind you, her mother is a business owner. Her mother is a member of Congress. She's not starving. She's not without money, but she wants you to feel like she is. She wants you to feel like she has nowhere to go. It's a lie. It is an absolute, complete lie, but she wants you to feel like it's the truth, because then you will side with her. But yet, if all the students are supposedly just like Ilhan Omar's daughter, and they have nowhere to go, and they have no food and no money, which are all lies, then where are these tents coming from? Who bought the tents for all these students at every one of these campuses that are all exactly the same, that all got delivered within a day of each other across the entire country? How did they even know that they would need tents in UCLA, or that they would need tents in Austin or Northeastern University? How did they know they would need that? Because Columbia got tents. And before the end of the week, every other college had them too. How did they know? If this was organic, if this was natural, if this wasn't being influenced by outside groups, how would they know there were enough people who said, yeah, we need 50 tents at UCLA, just like we need another 50 tents at the University of Chicago. We need 50 tents at Northeastern University. We need 50 tents at Harvard. And they all ordered them on the same day. How did they know? Oh, that's a question that the news media doesn't want to answer. That's a question news media doesn't want to ask. And they want you to see this and go, oh my God, it seems so mean. Look at that student. Except the student is resisting. First of all, the student has committed crimes. If that is a student, it might not be. Again, we know there are outside groups who are there. Jill Stein got arrested today at Columbia University. She and her staff, her campaign staff for the Green Party presidency, they were all arrested. They're not students. They are included in the 200 arrested at Columbia College, so it makes it sound like 200 students were arrested. No, they weren't. Jill Stein isn't a student. Her staff, her campaign staff for the Green Party aren't students. They are communists, but they're not students. So when you see these images of people being arrested, they're not necessarily students. They want you to think that. They want you to feel like they're students, to feel like they're innocent and young and dumb. No. Don't go giving them benefit of doubt they do not deserve. There is a controlling interest behind all of this. And if you don't believe it about the tents, believe it about the arrests. But the thing that really pisses me off about these arrests that we keep seeing, 33 people arrested at an encampment who want to occupy the space indefinitely. This isn't just about Hamas. Now that they have the foothold, now that they have broken the law, it is illegal for them to have these tents on these campuses. It is illegal for them to endanger the public, to threaten other students. It is illegal for what they are doing. They are committing crimes. That's why they're getting arrested. And they are getting arrested in the hundreds, as they should. Many of them not even students who shouldn't be on the campus at all, let alone being on the campus and in these tents. So we have a lot of problems with this. They should be arrested. They should be investigated. And instead of that happening, we're seeing the news media say, oh, they're just so innocent. They're the innocent ones. No, they're not. No, they're not. And we are seeing that they are being released. All the charges at the University of Texas, Austin, all the pro-Hamas, terrorist, genocide-supporting students, and all of the individuals in their protest who are looking for socialism, that are looking to promote communism, that are looking to promote genocide, all 57 were released. I want you to think about that. They were released. They committed a crime. The crime is to have the tents on the property of the school. That's illegal. You can't just open up a tent. It's illegal. And that they are endangering, it's unsanitary. That's another aspect of it. So it's unsanitary. It's illegal because it's unsanitary. It's endangering the lives of others and those there. It requires more money, so tuition's going to go up in every one of these colleges. God forbid any woman or anyone gets assaulted or harmed at these things. The school is liable for this. Yet another reason why not only is it illegal, it's in the school charters and contracts that they sign with their students that they can't do this, because the school is liable for lawsuit for each and every one of those students. And they know that. In fact, that's why the students initially who got arrested in Colombia, including Ilhan Omar's daughter, they were told, they were warned that they were breaking the contract. They were breaking the rules as well as committing crimes. Notice it's happening both. They broke the rules of the college, the contract they made with the college, and at the same time, they are also breaking laws in New York City, in New York State. So it's all of that together. And they knew that before they got arrested. They were given days of warning. They were given plenty of time. In each and every one of these campuses, they were told beforehand, you're going to get arrested. Just go. Just get up. You can protest. Just don't camp here. And they said, no. We're going to do it anyway, because they want to be arrested and they want to be released. That's the other part that I don't know if everyone saw. The protesters are seeking amnesty. Even though they want to get arrested, they want to force people to change for their feelings. Their feelings are more important than your life. They went to UCLA. They're college students, so they're smarter than you. They're better than you. They know that socialism is right and that Palestine, terrorism, Hamas, genocide, that's all okay. These wonderkin think that they deserve to be able to protest, and because they feel like they're on the right side of history, then they should not be held accountable. Even though they are committing crimes, willfully committing crimes, they don't want to be punished. How dare you punish them for breaking the law, for breaking contracts? They shouldn't be held accountable. There's no consequences to them. They're entitled. They are entitled to break the law. They are entitled to break contracts. They are entitled to waste your public money. Every one of these schools gets tax money from the federal government. Every single one of them gets tax money from the state, and that's coming from you. That's coming out of your pocket. And these kids are entitled to waste your money, to waste your time, to support genocide, to be arrested and not held accountable. They don't want any punishment. Questions about their academic futures remain. Will they be allowed to take their final exams because they're not supposed to be? According to the rules, they're not supposed to be able to take final exams. What about financial aid? Well, they violated the terms of their contract with the college, and that breaks their financial aid contract. They owe the money. They don't get a break on that anymore. They broke their scholarships. They aren't supposed to get that anymore. What about graduation? According to the terms, they broke the rules. They shouldn't be able to graduate, and they shouldn't appear at the graduation ceremony if they have enough credits. They broke the rules. They broke the law. They should be accountable, but they want to be entitled. Columbia says outcomes will be decided at disciplinary hearings. In other words, they have an out. If they're good enough, if they're good progressive, if they're good enough of being a leftist, then Columbia might just let them off the hook. Columbia might just wipe this out. And they're trying to get New York State to do this. They're trying to get the New York City police to do this. They're trying to get the police in California, in Boston, across this country. They want to have no penalty for breaking the law. This is the next generation of America. Do you realize that, folks? This is the next generation. They support genocide. They support their feelings over the facts. They support forcing you to do what they want. And when they break the law does not have any consequence. They have a consequence-free life. They don't want to pay. And I left out. And you're supposed to pay for their education. Their education should be free. Remember, they want Joe Biden to pay off their college debt. They don't want to pay for college. There is zero consequences for them. They want to graduate and get a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year job with zero experience because they exist. They don't want to have any college debt because they exist. They want you to comply with their feelings at this moment, whatever it might be, because they feel like they're right and they're entitled to it. Do you see the problem? This is building up to one thing and one thing alone, and every single college professor knows this, that there's going to be a civil war. You can't have a generation that has grown up that thinks that they have no negative consequences no matter what they do. Even when they break the law, even when they willfully commit crimes, and when they support genocide, there is no negative consequence to them. They can do it and walk away. That's what they think. And when they have the rest of the nation who don't live that life, who do understand that if you break the law, there's a consequence, that they are working to pay all the bills that these kids are running up. There is a consequence. This is splitting our nation. This is dividing our nation and all the people. And they won't say, but look, I'm laying on the ground. You broke the law. You're being arrested. Many of these kids are flopping around like fish out of water, making it worse just so they can get this photo. But guess what, little Timmy or little Susie or whatever you are, guess what? If you didn't break the law, if you didn't resist arrest, you wouldn't be hogtied right now. It's just that simple. But they want to be, because look at them. They're smiling. They're happy. They think there's no consequence. They think they're on the right side of history. Guess what? You didn't see Martin Luther King going to jail and saying, well, you've got to wave this away. There was a consequence. He broke the law. Do I think he was right? Yes, I do. So do millions upon millions of others. And he peacefully changed the laws. But he knew he was being arrested. He knew he would have a record of all those arrests for the rest of his life, that it would follow him everywhere he went, and that not everyone would appreciate the reason why he got arrested, why he was convicted, why he had to go to jail. And he did it knowing he had consequences. There were negatives attached to that. Malcolm X, name your civil rights leader, they all understood it. Gandhi understood it. Mother Teresa understood. There are negative consequences. And you may believe you are right, but that doesn't mean you are absolved of the consequences of your actions, especially when you know you are breaking the law. Now, this is important not because, oh, it's a bad law. It's important because it's an understanding. There are consequences. To think through your actions. You're not just doing this because, well, it's Friday. What am I going to do? I know what. I'll just protest. I'll just protest for a couple days because what have I got to do? There's no new video game. There's no new movie that's out that's worth seeing. So I'm just going to protest for a while. It's not like, and maybe I'll get arrested. No big deal. I'll be out in 2 hours because cashless bail. And you know what? They'll probably just wipe this clean because I'm a college student, because I go to Columbia University. That's two-tier justice. Am I wrong, folks? Do you think I'm wrong? And we have and of course, the faculty at these schools, 100 Barnard and Columbia teachers and members of the union are like, oh no, you can't do that to our students. The law doesn't apply to college students. The law doesn't apply to Columbia or to Northeastern or University of Texas, Austin or UCLA. It doesn't apply to those students, to those people. They're special. They're different. They break the law, and the law doesn't apply to them. It applies to me, it applies to you, but not to kids at Barnard and to Columbia. They're special. Kids at UCLA, they're special. Northeastern, they're all special. They don't get to be punished like you and me. And, the University of Austin says, well, we don't know if we can charge them. They broke the law, they broke the contract, but they don't know. In other words, they were told by the administration, by the teachers, let the kids go. It's so bad that even Columbia professors, this came out on the 23rd, about, 5 days ago. A Columbia professor, no, not the Jewish one that you're thinking of, that black man, John McWhorter. John McWhorter, who teaches at Columbia, a black man at Columbia. The protests on Columbia are not justice. This is not about justice. And I will link, all the links will be in the description at the end of the show so you can see this, but look at what he says here. And I think it's very important. It's very powerful. And this is why you haven't heard about it since April 23rd. The news media isn't talking about the black professor who says this is a problem. What's happening at our colleges are an issue. What he says is, quote, I thought about what would have happened if protesters were chanting anti-black slogans or even something like, quote, DEI has got to die, end quote, to the same sound-off tune that From the River to the Sea has been adapted to. Imagine that for a second. Just stop right there. He's saying, imagine if they were chanting anti-black slogans, something that you would hear from the KKK. What if they were saying that? What if they were anti-women? What if they were anti-gay, anti-lesbian, anti-trans? What if they were doing that? Would you feel the same? Would you still be out there saying, oh no, but they're just small groups who are saying that? They can't be racist. They can't be sexist because they're small, because they don't have power. Would you say the same thing at these colleges? Do you think at Columbia they would say, well, you know what? They're a small group. They don't have power. So they get to say women don't get to go to work, don't get to read. Oh, you mean say what Hamas says? Say what Iran says? Oh, okay. Let me go on. He goes on to say, they would, if they were saying this, anti-black slogans or anti-gay or anti-women or anti-whatever, they would have lasted roughly 5 minutes before masses of students shouted them down and drove them off the campus because it is wrong, because it would be evil. It is morally incorrect and it is legally incorrect. That's why. And if it were any other group, they would do that because they know the difference between right and wrong. He goes on to say, chants like that would have been condemned as a grave rupture of civilized exchange, heralded as threatening resegregation, and branded as a form of violence. Words are violence to the left. From the river to the sea is violence to the left. This is violent. These aren't protests to the left, to the progressives, to Jill Stein, the Green Party. This is violence in their eyes. That's how they define it at their colleges, that they are being violent. This is an attack. And they know this. And they know they would lose their minds if you said this about black people, if you said this about people of color, if you said this about women, if you said this about people with different sexualities and different sexual preferences. They'd lose their mind. Going on, I'd wager that most of the student protesters against the Gaza, call it Hamas war, would view them that way. Why do you think so many people think that weeks-long campus protests against not just the war in Gaza, but Israel's very existence are nevertheless permissible? Why do they allow this to happen? Why is it possible that we have all these students who are supporting terrorism? They're supporting genocide. I know they want to say, we're supporting the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people elected terrorists who want to commit genocide. So you are supporting terrorists and genocide. Period. There's no way out of this. I understand the logic loop that people use to try and go to sleep at night and feel good about themselves, but it doesn't work. The net result, the end result, the consequence of your actions is you're supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization that kills Americans, and you're supporting genocide against a group of people simply because they are different. What happened to all the love and respect of different peoples, the tolerance that we constantly hear being told that we have to be tolerant, we have to change, we have to be more tolerant and understanding, and they are supporting people who do not believe it, who are absolutely intolerant, that are willing to kill people because of their intolerance, and they support them. Does this sink in when you find out that this isn't just what I'm thinking, that a black professor at Columbia College says the same thing that I have been saying for months now? Does it now, for those who are on the left, does it finally sink in that it's not a Republican thing, it's not an American thing, it's not a MAGA, Make America Great thing, it's not a Trump thing. It is a basic human decency. It is basic consequences to actions and negative consequences for negative actions. It is logic. It is simple. It is straightforward. And even black progressive teachers at colleges, at the very same college, Columbia, where this is happening, can tell you that, and can tell you in no uncertain term, this is not justice. This has nothing to do with justice. This, in fact, is injustice. This is, in fact, violence directed at a group of people simply because of feelings. This is directed at people just to be intimidating and coercive. This is evil. And these kids who are committing these acts of evil do not want to be held accountable. These kids have teachers who are saying, you can't hold them accountable. You have to let them go. Maybe, you know what, it amazes me that these college students who are committing evil acts are also saying, pay my tuition and don't hold me accountable. My life should not be changed. Do not hold this against me. Do not change my life just because I was supporting terrorism, just because you were supporting genocide. Think about that. Think about that for a second. We're not supposed to hold them accountable for supporting terrorism, for supporting genocide, for oppressing a group of people because of their feelings, and everyone knows the truth. Everyone knows what they're doing, and they know that if it were any other person, any other group doing this, they would be losing their minds because they know it's evil. They've been taught what evil is. They know this. I'm sorry, Lynn, I'm sorry I delayed. I hadn't seen your comment right away. Lynn says, so much for prestigious colleges. Despicable behavior of these students. If this is the future of our country, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. This is the future of our country. These are the future leaders. These are the people who are going to go to college. They're going to get degrees. They're going to go out and be owners of businesses, managers of businesses. These are the future legislators, people who are going to try and get elected. This is who we are electing. People who don't care about right and wrong. They care about politics. They care about their side winning. And when their side is winning, then it's good. No matter what they do, even if it's genocide, they don't care. Genocide is okay as long as it's their guys who are committing the genocide, not someone else. As long as it's genocide to support their issues and their political positions, not someone else's. That's the next generation of America. Tell me that will not be abused. Tell me how that isn't going to lead to more and more division in our nation. Tell me how that doesn't lead to a civil war. How? How does that not lead to a civil war? And they know it. And they know it. Perhaps that's why they're also so busy trying to get rid of police, why they're trying to limit people's access to firearms, because they know at some point this will backfire and there will be a consequence, and they're going to be held accountable for evil things like supporting the very same people who poison children, poison girls for daring to learn how to read. They are supporting the very same people who burn gays and throw them off of buildings. The very same people that stone women to death for being raped. That's what they are supporting. Think about that. No one puts this in uncertain terms. No one, I watch the news media on a regular basis. That's what I do for you folks. No one is willing to say the truth, to be blunt about it, and to say what it is they are in fact supporting. And I always hear the same answer. But Mike, you don't understand. It's supporting Palestine, not Hamas. Again, the people of Palestine elected Hamas. They know that Hamas are terrorists. They have always known that. They know that Hamas takes their food, takes their water, gives it to their military, takes the money they get from humanitarian aid and buys rockets instead of trying to help the people. They know that, and they continue to keep Hamas, the terrorists, in office, to keep them elected and the government. So you can't tell me there's a difference between Hamas and the Palestinian people. This is who the Palestinian people chose terrorism to represent them. So when I call out the terrorism, that means I'm calling out what they want to be represented by. That's their choice. They made it. They're accountable to it. They have to be held responsible. And if you don't like it, none of this is about whether you like it or not. And anyone who wants to say, but I don't like that, I don't care. No one cares if you like it or not. This isn't about feelings. This is about facts. This is about consequences. This is about the reality of the situation that we are all dealing with. It has nothing to do with how you feel. Oh, I tell you, Lynn, I'm so pissed off about this. Frank, can you imagine this? And this is stuff that most of the mainstream media does not want to tell anyone. They don't want you to know. By the way, folks, if you've made it this far into the program, if you joined us late or early, first time you're seeing us, please do me a favor. Like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. Like, share, subscribe. Let other people see this. Let them be able to comment on this. Whether they agree or disagree, we read every comment that comes in. You don't have to agree. You say, Mike, you missed this point. Maybe there's something else. But I'm willing to hear it. Just help us share it. Because I can tell you, the mainstream news media, I've got screenshots from people just like you who have sent me screenshots of their comments that were restricted, that were removed by YouTube, that were removed by Google, that they're suppressing several of our conversations. Like when people say, oh my God, it's for the kids, but you have to think of the kids. Hamas isn't thinking about the kids. They're not thinking of their kids, the Israeli kids. They're not thinking about anyone's kids. They're terrorists. They don't care. But people like to say that. Oh, don't you care about the kids? I do. So how about this? Give us back the hostages and have a ceasefire. If you care about the kids, you could have done that 5 months ago and this all would be over. We'd be into entirely different conversations and discussions. It would already be done. But no. They're going to hold on. They're torturing kids right now. The hostages, several of the hostages held by Hamas that are being tortured as we speak are children. Where do you think that Joe Biden, as an example, Joe Biden got a 4-year-old in November in a ceasefire? That was a hostage. That was held by Hamas. You want to tell me about the kids? Hamas is the one who took the kids. Hamas is the one who's torturing those kids. Why are you pissed at me saying, oh, but the kids, you just don't get it? I do get it. I'm worried about the kids that Hamas is torturing, that these college students are supporting. They are supporting the torture of children. It really pisses me off. Oh my God, this pisses me off. Because it's so obvious. And they know it. They just don't want to think about it. And as long as no one in the news media tells them how evil they are, as long as they can go to TikTok and their friends on TikTok say, hey, America sucks anyway, so it's okay. Yeah, well, your friend is a communist working for the communist government of China, and they don't get to, if they don't say America sucks and tell you that you're right, they don't get to have the 1 pound of meat they get every month. That's not freedom. That's not support. Again, even professors at Columbia, black progressive professors at Columbia, even they know that this is wrong, that this is evil. It's obvious to everyone. And they don't want, and these kids must be held accountable. They should not be released from colleges. They should not have the charges waved away magically like we saw with BLM and the riots, the Antifa riots in 2020 and 2021, the autonomous zones where all the crimes just disappeared overnight. No one was held accountable. No, that is wrong. That is evil. That's why these problems are persisting and getting worse, because there is no accountability. Why do so many of the illegal aliens continue to commit crime after crime? In fact, even going so far as to commit murder, because they're not held accountable at any point. If we stopped them earlier, then there wouldn't be the murders and some of the other violent crimes that they commit. We'd have already stopped it. We would have control who's coming into the country. Same concept. Again, it's all the same thing. I don't know, guys. Am I somehow missing the point? Am I not making sense? Is this not clear to anyone? I think it is. I think it's very clear, which is why they don't want anyone to see this video, why they don't want you to share it. They don't want you to like, because they are terrified that as people listen to this and they have to answer, they suddenly have to think about what they're saying. They have to think more than 30 seconds. They're looking at the left-leaning media providing this news to them. They're looking at the black progressive teacher at Columbia and realizing, what, you're going to call him a racist too? You called me a racist because I'm a conservative Republican. You're going to tell the progressive that he's a racist because he's a Republican too? Just because he said what you're doing, if you did it to black people, would be racist? If you did it to any other group in the world, it would be considered racist and ist and phobe? Oh, I'm so upset, as you guys might notice. Okay. Hang on a second. Give me a second. I had to drink some water. Okay. But the problems don't end here. You see, we built up this society. We built up this ideology that no one is accountable for the bad things that they're doing. In fact, we're not even calling out the bad things when they happen. We're pretending that when people do bad things, it's a good idea and that it's a great thing and we should be happy and applaud. No, we shouldn't. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about because I've been leading up to this all show. And that's this idea. This is from Representative Mike Lawler and Richie Torres. They're members of Congress. Both of them are from New York. Mike Lawler is for the New York 17th District, and Richie Torres is for the New York 15th. Neither of those congressional districts include Columbia. Neither of them have anything to do with Columbia College. But they are in New York and New York City. And so both of these men came together and they're looking at the arrests that are happening at Columbia and colleges across this country. They're looking at the racism, the genocide, the terrorism that is being supported at these colleges across America. And they're saying to themselves, this is a problem, and it is. And there has to be a solution. There has to be a way that we can protect both students and to break this idea that you can support terrorism and not be held accountable. That someone's going to pay off your college loan so you can support terrorism. That someone's going to hire you because they didn't get told you were arrested for supporting terrorism. There has to be something that they could do. So the answer they came up with, now Mike Lawler is a Republican. Richie Torres is a Democrat. And the two of them together, I don't know how they came up with this, but they both came together and they decided that they were going to support what they call the College Oversight and Legal Updates Mandating Bias Investigations and Accountability, or in other words, what they call the Columbia Act. This is what they have decided. Now, this is dangerous. This is insanely dangerous. Let me explain what it does and explain why it's dangerous. Then I'm going to tell you the part that really pisses me off. This bill is bad. I absolutely reject it. I don't care it's made by a Republican. Just because I'm a Republican doesn't mean I'm blind and just vote straight down the line. When Republicans do something that is stupid, I will call it out. When they're doing something that is not good for America, I will call it out. Being a Republican doesn't make me a zombie. Just like being a Democrat doesn't make you a zombie. We get to call out the things that are wrong, the things that are troubling. We get to say something about it because we are American and it isn't authoritarian yet. But America becomes an authoritarian dictatorship because of laws like this one that they're going to try and pass only because of emotions. And this is the dangerous part. The only reason why the Columbia Act might actually get passed is emotions, because people are pissed off at watching these students get away with supporting terrorism and Hamas. So what this bill does is it empowers the federal Department of Education, the federal government. The United States federal government gets to be bigger, it gets to be more powerful. And the government, the United States government, will impose a third-party anti-Semitism monitor on any college or university receiving federal funding. So the United States government gets to make sure they get to hire a person to monitor the words, the free speech, the thoughts of students in colleges. Every college in America gets some amount of federal funding. All of them. Every college. So they have just said that every college in America must have an employee picked by the Department of Education specifically to spy on those students, on the conversations they are having, the words they are using. This is dangerous. This is the KGB. This is the secret police. This is the SS. This is bad. Oh my God, this is incredibly bad. It doesn't justify, and it is not justified by the protests that we see. That's evil as well. This isn't a solution. This is just as bad, if not worse. But it goes on. The monitor, the government agent in schools meant to spy on the students and listen to what they are saying, that spy would be appointed by the Secretary of Education, picked by the government for the government to enforce the thoughts the government likes. The terms and conditions of the monitorship would be set by the Secretary. So, how long do they work? How many hours do they work? How many of them there are? What kind of retirement? All of that. That's by the government. And the expenses, who pays them, who's paying for them, who pays for them to live on campus, all of that, of the spy would be paid by the particular college or university that has been selected. Every college gets federal money. So every college must have the spy, at least one, on their campus that they're going to pay. They have to pay the spy on their campus. They have to provide for a spy in their own home, their own nest. That's adding insult to injury. Failure to comply with the spy would result in a loss of federal funds. You will do this, or else you don't have the money to run your school. The spy would release a publicly available online quarterly report evaluating in detail the progress that a college or university has made towards combating anti-Semitism on campus and issuing policy recommendations to Congress, the Secretary, and state and local regulators. In other words, that the spy is going to write up each and every college every 3 months and tell the government whether or not they're being good enough for the government's likes. This is crazy Gestapo kind of activity. This is insanely anti-free speech. This is insanely authoritarian. And I hate this. I don't care that Mike Lawler is a Republican. I don't care that this would potentially stop, most likely drive underground the pro-Hamas socialist movement at our colleges. No, it's not going to stop them. It's just going to make it harder to hear them. Instead of watching them jump up on Twitter screaming about how socialism is great and by the way, we should destroy Israel and anyone who doesn't agree with us, I want to hear those voices. I said the same thing all my life about the KKK. I want to hear the racist telling me what they think. I can deal with that. I know what I'm dealing with at that moment. I have options. If they're being silent and I don't know who they are, now I get surprised. That's how you get stabbed in the back. That's how the problems start. I can convince someone why they're wrong about racism if I know they're racist. I know what I'm dealing with. You can't do anything if someone is holding a secret. That's what this creates, which creates more division within our country. It creates these organizations kind of like terrorist cells floating around, just waiting to explode randomly, and people don't know when they're going to happen. This is a bad bill. It was created by not just a Republican, but a Democrat. Mind you, Congressman Mike Lawler and Congressman Richie Torres, they are just Republican and Democrat. They're not on the extremes of their party. They are the literal middle of the pack. Some would call them moderate Republican, moderate Democrat. They are middle of the road establishment. They are essentially yes men for their political parties. So on the right, on the left, they are just yes men. Keep the government going, kick the can down the road, get nothing done, the least accountable of any of the members of Congress. They are useless for the most part. That's who these individuals are. Now, as much as I have picked on Mike Lawler right here, yes, I see the puppy. As much as I have picked at Mike Lawler, and as angry as I am at him for his effort in this authoritarian militia bill, this anti-American bill, this anti-free speech First Amendment bill that he is considering, I'm not just angry at him. Here's the thing. He told you. I know, you didn't know it. Until I brought this up, the American people didn't see this. You didn't know that he put this out because the mainstream news media didn't cover it with him. They're not giving Mike Lawler the credit. They're giving the credit to Richie Torres. They're giving the credit to the Democrat. The Columbia Senate Spectator, which has an outreach of 8,000 people. Mind you, let me step back. Mike Lawler, at least, he went on to Newsmax. He told people. He's on Twitter. He told people this is his idea, that he is supporting it. On his website, he has this, as you can see, and I will have a link to this. So he told his constituents and he told Americans about his really insanely stupid, bad idea. Richie Torres, Congressman Democrat Richie Torres, told the Columbia Spectator, it has 8,000 people. Only 8,000 people read that newspaper. And most of the people who get the Columbia Spectator are alumni of Columbia. They're donors. He sent a message, this article, he decided to talk to the donors of Columbia College. He went after the money to help his campaign. He went to their donors and he gave them an interview and he talked with Noah Bernstein on the 26th about this at 3:14. The news was already out. Mike Lawler announced this first thing in the morning on the 26th. Richie Torres, who had the entire day, same amount of time as Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler on the 26th, it was Friday. He took the time, he went on to Newsmax, he went on to Twitter, he went on to his website. He made sure everyone he could reach knew about this. Richie Torres, the Democrat, talked to the donor base at Columbia University, said, I think this is going to be a great idea. Don't you think I'm a really good guy? And give me your money. He didn't put it on his website. He didn't put it on his Twitter account. He has not put it on anywhere that anyone can find it. Nobody knows that Richie Torres, the Democrat for the 15th district here in the Bronx, nobody knows that he wants to create a anti-free speech, anti-First Amendment, authoritarian law. He doesn't want to tell anyone. Why? Because he wants the Democrats, who are supposed to be into free speech, he wants them to support him, but he also wants the money from the Columbia alumni so that he can get reelected. See, he's telling them, I'm willing to hold back these kids. I'm willing to do something about terrorism and supporting terrorism at Columbia University. He's saying that to the donors so he can get their money, but he won't tell his constituents. He won't tell anybody that actually is going to vote for him what he is doing. It will be a shock and a surprise to them if this bill gets introduced, as it is expected to be next week, and God forbid it starts getting any support. People will be shocked as hell to find out that this Democrat, Richie Torres, was behind it all because he's hiding it. Richie Torres, again, I said at the beginning of the show, if you want, you can call in. If you want, at any time, I will go over to your office and do an interview with you. I can do it live or I will record it. I will publish it verbatim, word for word, complete context. I want you to explain to me how this crazy authoritarian bill that you are thinking isn't a violation of the First Amendment. Please explain to me. Take as long as you need to explain how this doesn't violate free speech. I understand that you think terrorism is bad. I'm all with you there. I'm sure I agree that students at Columbia should be held accountable. No problem there. But this isn't the answer. This doesn't make it better. This is a problem, Richie Torres, and you hiding this from your constituents because you know that if they read this, if they found out what's in the Columbia Act, they will not vote for you. They will not support you, which is why you don't want to take any questions on it. You don't want the press to ask you about this, to explain yourself, to explain what this does. You don't want that. You know you will lose your election if people find out about this. Well, guess what? I'm telling people about it because I found out. And do you know how I found out about this? Just in case you were wondering about this, I want you to know this. It's because, where is it? Here it is. Because Thomas Massey, Representative Thomas Massey, had to tell me. I learned about what you are my Congressman, Richie Torres. I'm in the New York 15th District, and I had to find out about a bill my congressman was making because of Thomas Massey. He's not in New York. He's not even in New York State. He's not even on the East Coast. And he's the one who's telling me about laws you are making supposedly representing me in the Bronx. I can tell you right now, it doesn't represent me. Not as a New Yorker, not as a Bronxite, not as a man, not as a Hispanic. So screw you, Richie Torres. This isn't a bill that I want. This isn't a bill that any American should want. I understand. Best intentions. I am giving you and Representative Laura the absolute benefit of doubt that you have the best intention, that you're looking to protect Jews and you're looking to protect people from anti-Semitism. I understand that is perhaps at the heart. Your goal was to do the right thing. You missed it by a country mile. You were aiming for, I don't know, you were aiming to throw a rock across the street and you passed the moon. You are out of your damn mind. And the thing that really pisses me off is at least Mike Lawler decided to stand up and tell the public and tell his constituents so that we could look him in the face and say, you're wrong. This is a bad idea. Don't do it. But no, Richie Torres, you're running around behind our back trying to get money so that it'll help your political career so that you get to maintain more power. Meanwhile, you're stabbing your constituents in the back and you don't even have the balls to look us in the eyes and tell us what you are doing to the First Amendment, to what you are doing to our country. How dare you? You, sir, have screwed up. You, sir, are wrong. I am very angry about this. I have watched many politicians write really stupid, bad laws. For 18 years, I have been reporting on that. I have talked about Republicans and Democrats as they screw up our economy, as they screw up our laws, as they screw up our kids on a regular basis. But very rarely am I ever so angry as I am with Representative Richie Torres today, not because he's a Democrat, but because he is doing things behind the backs of his constituents that he knows if he told them, they would be pissed, that they would not vote for him. And that's why he didn't tell us. That's why he doesn't have the balls to stand up for what he believes in. And by the way, Richie Torres, Representative Richie Torres of the New York 15th District, if you think I am wrong, if I am in any way wrong, you can come on to this program. I again will say, I will go to your office. I will tape this live or recorded. I will play verbatim without any edit every word of your response if you think I am wrong. I will stand in your face and I will tell you to your face exactly what I am saying right here, right now. You're not the first member of Congress that I've stood in their face and told them when they screwed up. You won't be the last one either. I will do it in person to your face. I am not afraid. Are you man enough to stand up and actually answer? And again, if you think I am giving you the benefit of doubt that you think, all right, this was to help people, you screwed that up, you're killing the patient, trying to save the patient. But I'm giving you that benefit of doubt, but at least have the balls to take the questions from the news media. The New York Times should ask you about this. MSNBC and CNN should be asking you about this. You should have this on your website. Matter of fact, let me pull it up for everyone. Where is it? Hang on. Richie Torres. This is from the House.gov. Richie Torres going to his press. As you can see, this is his official government site. This is his press releases. This is him telling the American people what he is doing. The most recent thing was on April 25th. He's been updating it. We have an article from the 23rd, the 18th, the 3rd. This is him justifying why he deserves to be a member of Congress, what he is doing for his constituents. And I will copy and paste word for word. Where is it? So the bill is the College Oversight and Legal Updates mandating bias investigations and accountability, which is stupid. It's a stupid title. Copy, paste, search. Zero. Nothing. You watched me do this live. It's on Mike Lawler's page. He can't say he didn't have time to do this. He had time to do an interview. He had time because Mike Lawler went on to Newsmax and did an interview about this. He went and he published this on his website. He went on to Twitter to let people know about it. Thomas Massie had the time to find out that this happened. So you can't tell me you didn't have time to put this on the website. You did it because you, Richie Torres, knew what would happen, that you would be asked to be accountable, that you are supporting authoritarianism, and you're killing the First Amendment and free speech. You knew that. You knew it would cost you money, but you thought you'd get more money from the Columbia alumni by sucking up to them and kissing their ass. Again, if anything you think any of this is wrong, I am more than happy to have you on live and tell me to my face I'm wrong. I am more than happy to give you that time. But guess what? I don't think you have the balls to do that. I think you're going to count on the fact that I don't get 50,000. And quite honestly, we don't need 50,000. It's like 5,000 votes could change an election. You are just confident that you're in a bluer than bluer district and no one's going to pay attention. Well, screw you. I am paying attention and I am pissed off about this. And I am going to remember this. I'm so upset. And I hope everyone clip this section of the live stream. Send it to Richie Torres. Tell him exactly what I said. I said it publicly. I am not embarrassed. I am not ashamed. I will go to his office. If he wants, I will go to his office and say it to his face. And I will live stream that. I have no problem. I am very upset about this, as should anyone in America. It shouldn't just be Thomas Massie who's pissed off about this. And it's not about Republican or Democrat. This is about doing things behind our back to benefit him, to benefit his ability to maintain power, not to make people better off. I'm so upset. So very, very upset. All right, folks. So we've been talking for 4.5 hours. And obviously, I'm a bit agitated. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to calm down. I'm going to go and walk my dog. Because I love my dog. Hi, Con. Come here. Come here. We're going to need you, Con. Come here. Hi, Con. Yes, I know. See? He calms me down. Yes, I know. I love him. He's a good puppy. And this good puppy, who was just about asleep just a second ago, hi, I love him. And so what I'm going to do to calm down and lower my blood pressure is I'm going to take that wonderful, by the way, he's 13. I know, everyone looks at him and goes, he's a little tiny puppy. No, he's not. He's 13. He's 13 years old. He's an old man. But I'm going to take that old man and I'm going to go out and I'm going to walk him. And I'm going to calm him down because Richie Torres had pissed me off. Not just Hamas, all this other stuff, the stagflation, bad Bidenomics economy, all of the stupid things that are happening in our country, watching the FTC, the FCC, the EPA, the ATF, all making up brand new laws for them by themselves just because they want to micromanage our lives. As much as I'm pissed off about all those stupid things, as I am concerned about 3 regional wars, which is expanding from Europe, that is the Middle East and Southeast Asia, as China is telling us, and the Philippines and Japan and South Korea, that they are going to go barn stomping on all of our allies. Yeah, that all concerns me. But Richie Torres, you pissed me off. So before I say something that I won't like, and everything so far has been political commentary on the actions of a member of Congress, as a member of the press, and as a constituent of Richie Torres, I am allowed by law, by the First Amendment, to say all of this, so the censors cannot pull this, and they should not pull this, because it is permissible by law for me to complain and to hold you accountable, Richie Torres. So don't try and get it pulled by YouTube or Google. I've been doing this 18 years. I know better. I know the law. But I'm going to go and I'm going to calm down. I'm going to enjoy. I will have the links up for everything that we have talked about, everything that I have shown on the show. I will put that up after I get back with my dog so that you will be able to see everything I'm talking about for yourself, including the description of the information about the Columbia Act. I did a video on yesterday about the Columbia Act, and that was out. There's a short video on that, but I will also include it here today. And as you can see, even though he has had the opportunity with his staff to make sure people knew this, I mean, Mike Lawler has talked about it. Thomas Massie is talking about it. Thomas Massie is telling me more about what's happening with Bronx politics than Richie Torres. Seriously, folks, this is pissing me off on so many levels. That Thomas Massie has to tell me what my congressman is doing in the Bronx because he is hiding it from the public, because he is actively making sure that he is deceiving the public by hiding his actions. I know what someone's going to say. Someone's saying, Mike, but it's called the Columbia Act. So why don't you put in the Columbia Act and then you'll see it and you'll know that he's actually a good guy and that he's doing the right thing, that he didn't lie to you. You just didn't look it up right. Okay, here I am. I'm on his website. I just did it live. Okay. November 20th of 2023. This is a $1 million community project. It's not the Columbia Act. On April 23rd of 2023, April 22nd of 2022. We have February 18th of 2022, November 9th of 2021, February 9th of 2021. He's not telling you about it. He hid this from the public on his own congressional website. That's why I'm pissed off. It's not because I couldn't find it. I find stuff about every politician across America. I can find every bill they put out. I can find stories and interviews they've had that they forgot about for years. Been doing this for 18 years. I can find it if he's talking. He's hiding. He's hiding. Because he knows that his constituents, he's going to have people not vote for him, not donate money to him. He's going to lose power. And if that is your motivation, Richie Torres, you shouldn't have the power in the first place. All right, folks. I'm pissed off. I'm done. It's been a good Sunday. I've been enjoying talking with everyone. I'm going to go and walk my dog. I want everyone else to be well. Have a great day. I will be back with you soon throughout the week and, of course, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, folks.